Mills House got hit again today.
Worse today. Really?
Snapped the pole right completely off. Pole that big, snapped it right in half. The pole fell right on the car. Spun the car around, took out his porch, put it back together. That's 5 times in 8 months. 5 times in 8 months there's been accidents.
I put a giant concrete.
Well, we got something. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Town of Shenango Town Board meeting. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Hulbert? Mr. Lumsden?
Aye. Mr. Clerk, roll call, or excuse me, communications.
Yeah, I have 3. I have some proposed local laws from our neighboring town of Fenton concerning their allowing of solar farms and their adjusting of their fee schedule. We have another tax cert case with the Millennium Pipeline Company this time. And Sonovo Energy is filing for bankruptcy, and they sent us paperwork for payment for claim. I don't know if we actually need to file any of that yet, though. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to number 4, open forum. Guests shall speak in an orderly fashion and are limited to remarks of 5 time minutes or less. The speaker shall deliver their comments or concerns in a civil tone without the use of profanity, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior. The speaker shall not be interrupted except in a matter of urgency. Would anyone care to speak tonight? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the code officer thing. You know, it was like, it's like deja vu all over again. We went through this a few years back. And I thought the town learned a lot from it as far as, you know, the power that we give the phone guy. We kind of really dodged a bullet with who we had in there, and we got him gone without spending a whole lot of money, which could have easily gone the other way. And Gene, I appreciate the information you put in the packet, and Mike, you as well, as far as homework you did on it, and it was well presented, if you're looking into it. But I really think you need to keep those powers separate. Don't give them the full power. I mean, I think we underpay our code guy. I mean, I'm all about keeping paying down on salaries and all things, but I think it's a job well deserving of a good salary, but I just don't think that he should be the head of the department as well as going out and being the code guy. It puts him in a lot of risk, and it puts the town in a lot of risk. I just don't think it's a good idea. I just wanted to, like I say, it's kind of what brought me coming to meetings years ago when Blake asked me to get involved with it, and really got to understand the municipal law. And it's really important to keep that, I think, that apart. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak? Yes, sir.
Steve O'Brien, Shenango Ridge Fire Company.
Yeah, use the mic, please, sir, if you could. I should have had him do it. Go ahead.
Yep, I'm Steve O'Brien from Shenango Ridge Fire Company. I was here in April and talked to you. You put me on the schedule for June. I apologize, I was unavailable to attend that meeting, and I couldn't get any other board members to attend. They were all busy as well. To follow up, though, we'll be submitting some clarifications, responses to the questions you had at that meeting. We'll also, within the next week, be submitting our budget. And again, it's going to be a significant number for an increase, as we talked about back in April. And what I'd like to do is ask to be put on the agenda for the upcoming board meeting to walk through that with you, answer any further questions you have. We have retained legal counsel, which I think we've already spoken to help guide us through this and that. And so that's kind of where we are. Again, you know, we're looking to create some reserves, as you guys are now, for future expenditures for capital improvements or apparatus and stuff, so. I guess that's where I'm at, so you're looking to be put on the next agenda,
Okay,
or however you wanna go about negotiating.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else care to speak? Hearing none, we're gonna move on with our agenda. Old business, building condition study, contract, Alex, Nate, one of you?
Nate and I both looked that over. Nate was okay on the legal side. I was okay on the engineering side. I believe it's a resolution to approve later on. We gave all the supporting information just in case anyone wanted to see it.
Yeah. Any questions for Alex?
I have none.
None.
None. I have none.
Okay, thank you, Alex. We're gonna move on then. 5.2, comprehensive plan proposal review.
All right, this one is me again. Being that these were so close, I gave you guys the bid tabulation, and in my review, I just edited my review from before indicating that I didn't go through the ranking of them yet. I really want to sit down and interview them all. I know we recommend ranking 3 and interviewing 3, but being that I've got 5 that are within a couple $100 of each other, 2 are estimated, 1's not to exceed, the others are question marks on fee. And I know that's a piece of the review, but there are other similar things within their reviews that I really want to interview them all and do a detailed interview of all 5 if the board's interested in that. And then the discussion from there is timing. The schedule puts the interviews on September 3rd. That's your actual meeting date. I don't know if you still wanted to do it at a specific meeting with the entities or schedule time slots on a different day as a review team.
Thoughts on that, gentlemen? You think you can get all the interviews done by then?
The schedule has them. Yeah, the schedule was for you guys to do the
Okay.
interview. I was going to sit in on them, but
All right.
we had it on the
Yeah, but
3rd,
can
which is
what do we
actually
gotta
the
do
meeting.
for notification to bring them all in? Is there any requirement for that? I don't know. I'm just asking a question.
I'm not understanding it.
If we're gonna interview them, we're gonna do that at the next meeting, what kind of notifications do we have to give them? Do we just send a blanket, invite out, and whoever we get, we interview?
When I'm sitting on the other side of the table, I get a notice from the board that they're conducting interviews on this date,
Okay,
at this time. Be there, or
Or-
you're not considered.
okay,
Correct.
all right.
So
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a procedure, that's all.
I'm just saying.
I wasn't
I'm telling you
familiar with
my
it.
experience, not as a board member here, but
Okay,
from the other side. There's time slots, reach out to them, ask them, these are the time slots, which ones can you make? Go down through the list, and invite them. But I don't think it should be at a my personal opinion from this board, is I don't think it should be a regularly scheduled meeting. It should be a separate meeting, because it's gonna take a half an hour
for each one.
for each one. That means 45 minutes.
Correct. Leave a gap in between.
5-6 hours.
Could we set a date and time for that, so that letters can go out to them?
We can, but I do want to address one of Alex's issue about all 5. I don't think that we need to see all 5. I think that there should be a de-scoping with all of them. And then get 3, a recommendation of 3 from Alex for us to, which 3 for us to discuss? I mean, we can certainly choose to do 5, but I would like to see the de-scoping done first before we do it.
Well, I think that's where some of my confusion, I thought Alex was suggesting to do all 5.
Well, I'm talking about to have him call each one of the 5,
Okay?
because they didn't all respond
All right.
within the parameters of the RFP with a price. Some of them were estimated, some of them were not to exceed, 2 were lump sum. And make sure that they're clear on the scope, make sure they're clear on, find out why they didn't respond in it. If there's a technicality to eliminate them for that or not. And, but I don't think it's, I know it's tight, but I've done, you know, from what I've seen, there's some that are more in line with that, this scope than others. So I don't think we need to do all five. There's three there that have got the capacity. They all have the capacity or the capability. I don't think
I'm okay with that. I could bring back that response for the 3rd. We had a September 17th finalist selection, but we could move that 2 weeks out, and then we're still on track for an October 15th final plan scope with them and contract negotiation, I guess. It just moves things, takes up 2 weeks of the float that we had in between those two pieces.
What was that October date you just said?
We've got October 15th as estimated final plan scope and contract negotiations completed. And then we would authorize contracts on October 29th. We had September 17th as finalist selection. We'd end up moving that out based on whatever date we set for interviews. And if I talk to them all next week, I mean, you could still schedule an interview date tonight, I guess.
Alex, how long would that take to kind of de-scope all five? You need a full week, or, I mean, you'd have 2 days this week, what are we talking?
If I have I was gonna give myself till Thursday just in order to get you the stuff for the following week, if I had to give it to you for the following week. That gives me a few days if I
Well,
can't.
we were talking about scheduling a special meeting.
Right, so sometime after next Thursday.
do that the 13th.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. You think you could, because we would have to notify them. I don't know how long it's gonna take for you to de-scope each individual one.
If I can get in touch with each of them this week, I could do them all this week. It's just a matter of if any one of them is on vacation for some reason, I get their number 2 in command or something. But if all of them are available, if I reach out to them, I can email them tonight from here.
I mean, for me, I'd like to see that de-scope done this week, so we could do something next week for the interviews and stay on schedule.
I don't wanna lose time if we can avoid it.
I didn't hear you, Gene.
I don't wanna lose time in the schedule if we can avoid it.
Me neither.
I mean, to me, it sounds like Alex says he can do it, so he can do it.
Yeah, so then it's just a matter of if we still target the week of the 3rd. What do we have? What did we have scheduled?
Today's is 6.
Yeah, we were scheduling September 3rd for interviews. That's still plenty of time to set it up before then. I don't know that we have to push that date for any reason. I mean, we could move it up.
What do you guys wanna do?
I'd like to see if you could de-scope them this week.
That's fine.
Everyone in agreement with that?
Are you
Yes.
talking doing a meeting the 13th? Is that what?
Yes.
So, and you're concerned about getting the material for Friday to have for the agenda for the 13th? Is that what you're concerned about?
I just wanted to make sure I had things to the board in time. If you set the 13th, I'd have to have stuff to you realistically, end of the day Friday for the 13th, if you're posting an agenda. If it's just interviews, it's still a public meeting though. We're scheduled for interviews on the 3rd. We're moving it up, 20 days. It could be the following week.
Alex, I'm sorry. Say that again?
The schedule has interviews on September 3rd.
Then, okay, and I misunderstood.
Okay.
I was not understanding the schedule issue that you were talking about earlier. So.
I don't know that there is one. There's some float time in there.
Okay. The problem that I'm seeing in the conversation is, you're asking the question about the special meeting is, how are we gonna decide which three, once we get his,
Right.
we can't make that decision until we meet. So, if we
Yeah, that's what I was gonna offer. If I get the review 13th and it's in for the 14th, we can make a decision on the 17th of when to schedule interviews for the three, and we can call them on the 18th. And
Yes, yes,
it is.
the 20th and the 3rd.
Something else on the schedule, that is the whole meeting.
For the 3rd?
Well,
Well,
No, that's a regular
That's a
schedule.
regular
scheduled
schedule.
meeting.
So when we put the timeline together, we didn't put aside a specific date outside of a regular board meeting for you to do interviews.
Right,
So-
but if we do them on the 3rd, which is a regularly scheduled board meeting, that's a 3-hour meeting.
Right.
That one item
It-
is the whole meeting.
Correct.
It
So-
would have to be.
So might I suggest Alex de-scopes you folks on the 20th, hear from Alex which three, Alex, when he de-scopes with them, could tell them, you folks tonight pick a date when you want to do the interviews. Alex, when he de-scopes, can tell them, this is the day and the timeframes when we're going to be doing it. You'll hear from the board on August 21st, whether we're inviting you back, just so that way we
Sure.
can know, are they available on that day and time, or is there something in the way, right? We can gather that information now.
probably gives them time to
Gives them time to
clear their calendar.
Yep, and then August 21st, we let the three know, and you guys just pick the date instead of September 3rd. Maybe you do it the 4th, maybe you do it the 5th, maybe you do it the week of August 25th.
And I'm used to
Yeah.
doing these, like if I get an interview for something, it's usually they're 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, so that the consultants are traveling during some decent hours instead of midnight.
Well,
But
if
that's
you
up to you
have that
guys.
for the 20th, I guess that still gives us an opportunity to have a special meeting on the 27th.
The only thing I was gonna offer there was I scheduled a few days out of town from the 24th to the 27th because it was my off week with you guys.
Okay.
So 28, 29, 1st, 2nd, those are decent for me.
Well, 1st is Labor Day, but.
Oh, sorry, holiday in there.
Okay.
So what are we gonna do?
He'll de-scope them and have the recommendation for the final three on the 20th.
And then we'll make a decision on the
Decision on
special
whether or
meeting.
not we need a special meeting or devote September 3rd to the interview.
I can still notify him to stay in town.
Yeah, do we want to give a time, just a window, like, oh, the interviews will be sometime the week of
So that he
this,
can-
so that-
Vet that out a little bit with them?
We get 3 of them done in 2 hours?
That's tough.
Then I would say 5:30. You have to start scheduling them at 5:30.
I would just say a special meeting.
What's that?
I would say we just do a special meeting.
I would too.
Because
Well, you
we got,
kind of
we
are.
got budget stuff coming. I mean,
Yep.
we're in the beginning of
Oh,
September.
yeah, I don't wanna, I'm still in the mindset of a special meeting, but what about
Oh,
the
okay.
21st or the 22nd?
The which date?
The 21st,
Are you around?
I could do either.
I'd be notifying them of that before you pick them, though, is all. Or before you concur with my top three.
Which is fine. I don't see any harm in that, do you? If he de-scopes and he has the top 3 while he's talking to him, once he knows what the top 3 are, he can go ahead and schedule them before the 20th, our regularly scheduled meeting.
yeah, but it, which is fine, there's no issue with Alex telling him that, we're scheduling the 21st for interview.
Right, we just have to decide on what day is that special meeting.
Can we do it the 21st?
I can.
I can.
I have to look.
Nate?
If you need me for it, I mean, that's really an interview of
I didn't know if he
design
needed to be
firms.
here.
I mean, I'm happy to be a
He
part of
doesn't
it.
have to be?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Alex?
I'm trying to, I don't have an item in my calendar, I'm checking.
What time do you wanna do it? 5:30? 1, 2?
I have a public hearing that night in Green.
What time? So you gotta be there at 5?
I'm on at 6 in Green until probably 8.
On the
What about the 22nd?
I don't have to be an interviewer also. I just threw myself in there.
22nd, I can start after 9 a.m.
Okay. Alex? 22nd?
That's Friday?
Yes, it is.
9 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, I don't have anything that day.
What do you gentlemen, what time of day you guys wanna
I'm
do?
fine. Earlier
You
the better.
good, Kevin, at 9?
I'd rather do it at 9.
I would too.
Works
I'm
for me.
okay with that.
Alex, just tell them that we picked a date.
Yep.
And after the board meets on the 20th and selects their, the interview shortlist, it'll be notified.
Okay, so 8:22 morning.
Do you want in-person interviews, or are you gonna offer them a video option?
I think I would rather do
In person. Cause then we don't hit a lot of
Yeah, I could
open
just,
meeting.
I could just see these people asking that question.
In person.
Okay.
Is that normal in that industry, Gene?
And I'm not trying to be glib, but there's nothing normal anymore. But technology is an issue. I don't wanna mess up with a technological issue. You know, I don't
Right.
wanna be interviewing somebody who's driving down the road.
Right.
And for me, in person is a lot more valuable to
Yep.
get a read on, you know, the actual person, you know.
I'd rather have it in person myself. We in agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else for Alex on that topic?
Nope.
All right, we're gonna move on to 5.3, Union Highway grievance. Mr. Nate.
Yep, so, Mr. Frost is here. I'm not sure if he's intending on,
He's not here.
oh, excuse me, that's not Mr. Frost. Sorry.
It's
Losing my
Mr.
mind.
Carl and
Yeah.
Mr. Crock.
So, the union rep wasn't able to make tonight. He's asked if the hearing can be on August 20th, which I said I'd ask the board.
Board?
Is there an issue with
That's 2 meetings in a row. He hasn't made it.
Yeah, last meeting, I know he just said something unexpected come up,
Okay.
and tonight, I assume he just had
That's
something
fine.
prior scheduled.
Life happens. I'm just, you guys wanna put him on for the agenda for the 20th? We'll talk about that later.
Will it take up a long time, you think?
Depends on you folks. I mean, you know, and how many questions you have for
Right.
the union rep and the union representative, the union member.
Is it an executive session or is it?
Yeah.
So if we have time for him on the 20th, I guess.
Yeah.
Book him for the 20th, we'll see
Well,
if we have time.
we are required to have the hearing,
Right.
so, you know, I would, we shouldn't put it off. So, I mean, I
We're
would,
not
I would,
putting
I would
it
say,
We've
no,
been
no,
ready to do it the last 2
Yeah.
meetings.
I understand that, but I would have it if we can, you know, I'd make it a priority for that
Yeah, I
meeting if
want, I
possible.
wanna have it.
We wanna have
We
it.
can't just keep holding meetings, waiting for them to show up.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay,
So I'll let them know August 20th.
August 20th. Okay, diligent software review. Mr. Jean, you know this better than anyone. You provided a lot of documents. I gotta scroll down, so I'm gonna turn that over to you.
Right back to you guys.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions or comments on all the diligent stuff, gentlemen?
What exactly are you showing us?
This is everything it'll do.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're just throwing it back.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
is this something that I have to study up, or is this all for Adam to digest?
So it is both. Us as town board members, we should understand what the capability is of what we bought and what it should be. There is, most of the functions are done by the administrative team that creates the agenda and creates the minutes. Tracking the modules for the terms of all of the board members. and then within the software itself for the shell of the program, how it functions for the board. And I'm not, I don't want this conversation to be understood that it is for the town board, because we purchased this software for all the boards to use. It is the same software, same platform, the same process for every board to create the agendas, create the minutes, track the items for the, for our discussion when we do, the future board topics, those kind of things. All of that stuff is tracked within the shell of the program under different modules or different activities. So there's a lot of information on here, like how to create an agenda item. That was information that was distributed and disseminated to the entire board while we were trying to decide which package of software we went with. There were 3 different versions of municipal board meeting software that we reviewed. Diligent was the one that we ended up with. So these agenda packet items were specific for the Diligent software and how to create them. So these were items here that Renee wanted to give a background on it, and Jody needed for when she's creating the agenda items and how to put that in there. Any board has the ability to create their own list to track the meeting minutes and the meeting notes. So on our town laptops, we review the agenda, we put in our notes on a discussion items that we want to talk about as our own task items. But the implementation guide information to create an agenda item is for the administrative team on how to create the agenda. The attendance and voting, that is how to, for any board, once you log into the software, it automatically shows that you're in attendance. When there's motions made and resolutions presented and there's a vote that's taken, we can do all of our voting verbally and record our votes on the software. And then that populates it into the database for the minutes.
But wouldn't the clerk, when we voted verbally, use this system and put the vote in?
That's a possibility on
I'm just asking.
I understand, but that's a means and methods kind of thing, and yes, that can happen.
Okay.
But there's the process for the verbal and the selection of what your yea or nay is the check and balance on it to make sure that the minutes are right. So that's the process. The decision on the process is a decision that the board wants to publish the minutes. There's 2 factors to that. The minutes themselves are the responsibility of the clerk. There are legislatively minimum issues that have to be included in the minutes. But the town board has the authority to dictate what software and how they're done. The town buys the software for this. They have to be done in this module, and the information that's there is up to what the board wants on it. Other than that, it's legislatively what is required for the clerk to put in the minutes. When you publish the agenda, that's information only. That's administrative team. The format of the minutes, that's really our decision on what it is. We picked that format from the adoption of what this format is. We as a board adopted this format, and that's just, that doesn't change. Publish a resolution and motion sheets. That's just another action of the software on what it does and the database that it creates. And everything that's done in here is character recognition, so you can search for a single word, you can search for a resolution, you can search for a topic, you can search for the vote record of a board member, you can search for anything that's in there that's historical.
That's a good feature.
So that,
Are you using that, excuse me, Gene, Mr. Clerk, are you using that now?
Sure, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you
okay.
did, yeah.
Okay,
It's good.
good.
just as a, it's not just as a comment on the search, it is only relevant to the information that is there, that's in the database. I wanna make sure that we all understand that there are historical records for our minutes that are not in the system. They're stored, elsewhere, but those can be uploaded, and put into the system so that they can go back. And that was one of the things that the board had decided to do in the past, was take the historical documents and put them in there. So they would just be, there would not be an agenda packet for every one of those historical meetings unless we had it, but there would be minutes associated with it. Now, the format of the minutes are, they go along with the agenda items. Everything is recorded, audio and video, and streamed live. But if you go to the recordings, through the Diligent software, you select a item that is on the agenda, 5.5, the code officer department head discussion. And a month after everything is on there, you go there, you select that, you'll get all the supporting documents. It'll take you right to the video section as well, within, I think, 30 seconds or so, or like within that, so you can find that discussion on the video. There are other issues, there are other portions of that do transcript. So you have a written transcript of the meeting as well as the audio.
And the video.
And the minutes. The transcription is not a feature that we're currently utilizing.
So then if you had the agenda, you could technically know where it was in the meeting and then find where that was on the video, so that you're not searching through the whole video? Is that what you're saying to me?
That's correct, yeah.
That'd be helpful.
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt just for a sec? And I apologize if I'm out of order. I just wanted to correct, Diligent does not currently have a transcript ability like that we don't have right now. I just wanted to, because I had called them and asked them, is that a module that's possible? And they said, not right now. They looked into it initially, but they decided against it. So I just wanted y'all to know that transcription of minutes and anything is not something that Diligent can do right now.
That's information that is
Yeah.
changed on their end, because when we bought the package, that was one of the issues that we were paying extra for.
To transcribe the minutes.
Right. Because at the time, the minutes were not being published in a
Right.
timely manner, so the board actually authorized the clerk to go out and to a transcription company, send them the audio, and get it transcribed to help with that process.
Are the minutes in here now
Yes.
on the software?
Yes. Yep. I did not check before this meeting to see how current they are.
I've just gone to the website, is usually where I'm reading the minutes.
Yeah, and there's a big disconnect between the website and the Diligent software.
There is.
Yes.
What do you mean by,
They're-
what's the disconnect?
They're not the same. There's information that's on the website that's not in the Diligent. There's information on the Diligent software in the portal that's not on the website.
With the portal on the website, there's 3 meetings behind on minutes?
Right. So, so the modules that we bought were the Meeting Manager Pro, board manager is what tracks all of the town board members' terms. The Foxcast video streaming was originally not purchased, so we didn't have the streaming, but that has subsequently, we got pricing for that, but that was subsequently added. So there, the notifications portion of it are things that are set up for, any board member can set up their own notifications. Like, I have this set up to track the list of the topics that are not on the agenda that I want to bring up. And every week, on Wednesday, or on Tuesday, it sends me that updated list. So, I mean, that's just an example. The notifications can go out to, can be set up to be proactive, to go out to all of the board members, for any particular reason, for notifications that happen all the time. Editing and the agenda items for that is set up for the agenda items. There's an activity in there for us individually to put in items that we want to see on the agenda, so that I know we spend time going through the future topics list, and we can put those in there, and that would populate it, and that would put it onto our agenda for us to see that, so that we can have conversations about those. The iCompass quote, that was just the dollars that were associated with it. The upfront cost of that was $7,000, and that's an annual subscription. The board manager is $1,500 as an annual subscription. The video streaming was $42.75 that we did not go at the time, and we've done different things with, so that cost is the difference in the house. The full proposal was included in that from before. The agenda training, that's for information on really what to do with the agenda, how to populate it, how to make things front side, which is public side, and confidential side, which is back side. So there's definitely a firewall scenario where anything that is put onto the agenda that is confidential for the board's eyes, not public facing, that is set up that way and configured that way specifically for that issue. The meeting manager overview is for administrative, who's putting it together, and how to put it, how to actually create it. The copy items processes in there is administrative issue, but we have, when you're setting up agenda items, task items, you can very easily just copy one script to another script and modify it for a different issue. That's just a process issue. The agenda and basic meeting administration items, that's another just high-level overview, but that's really more for us to understand the capacity and capability. And then the final document that was in there was the buyer's guide, and that really has the details of the different modules and what the overall software does for the town board, and any of the boards, but just to highlight them, it's securely tracking and managing the documents. Specifically, one of the issues that has been troublesome for the board is to go and have a discussion tonight. We've got 7 items on that item, and we put it on a future topic for the next meeting, and there's one new document that's presented, and it's that one new document that is the only thing on the agenda item. We don't have the previous 7. So the ability to auto-populate that next meeting with those same documents and anything new Facilities Act, that's a feature of it. We have to operate under, certain, regulations because it's a government, process, so this software verifies that we are compliant with those regulations. The strong search functionality, is incredibly useful. When you want to search the entire database for the word grass, see where it is in our code anywhere. Type in grass and every document that was produced with it, and video that has it, the text in there, any presentation, a photograph, the OCR's photographs, that are on there. So if there's a photograph of a sign that's got the word grass on it, it'll pick that up. Direct cost reduction, it's fairly self-explanatory, but it's an efficiency issue. So if it's taking you 3 hours before, 2 hours now, that's an hour picked up. The flexibility, it has the ability to really kind of adapt to the way that the town does business. The town of Shenango does business different than the town of Shenango, that is different than a school board that uses the same software. So you can make it fit how we do it. And then the last one is the reduce inaccuracy, which is a big issue, is just making sure that it's the right document all the time, and we don't have to poke discussion. So that's the overview of it. And just in general, things that we're not doing, I think as a town, we're not ensuring that all of our boards are utilizing the software in its full capacity for the minutes, for the agendas, for the public-facing opportunity for them to go and easily get that. And the streaming of it, just the confidence of the public to know that we're doing each board the same way, it's similar and efficient. So, question?
Gene, it's nice. I've poked around with it yesterday, and I've been in here while you've been talking. But there must be things that I don't have access to, because I can't open any of the minutes. I can see them listed, but I can't open any of them.
Are you signed in?
Yes.
So that's a lot of the problems.
Yeah.
So,
Upper
Up in the
right-hand
right,
corner?
yep, you gotta sign in.
You're
I had
in.
the same problem,
He
Jay.
signed in.
He did?
He is
Yeah.
signed in.
so if I come here, Adam, for example, I don't mean to be tying up time here right now, but
Try to remember
when I
that
look
every
at this,
time.
and let's go back here even to the 25th, right?
Okay, go, hit home.
This is what I keep getting.
Okay, the document center is a little bit different.
How should I access it then? Well, I'll get with him later. But anyways, Gene, there is a lot of stuff in there, and a lot of it is empty.
Document center is less user-friendly.
Oh, okay, I'll get with you after and take a look at it, but, yeah.
So if I go poking around in there, I can't take the whole system down, can I?
You can try.
I'm no longer to be on my own home computer. 'Cause,
You can, and there, one of the things that,
Yeah.
if you're on the portal and you're logged in, there's quite a few, in the menu, quite a few drop downs that are in the top of the menu. The one is the portal that takes you to what everybody will see. Once
Yeah.
you're logged in, then you see the difference between what the public view is and the confidentiality view. There's an action tracking drop down. That's where you put in your tracking list. If I create a tracking list, we create a committee. Sometimes Kevin and I are on it with Alex. Those team members are part of that action tracking list, so that we all have access to it. We can all update it and modify it. And if there's 15 different action lists, I can sort all of those through by just what my approvals are, so I can focus in on planning board member that is going to, term out at the end of this year, so a reminder can go out in September to the planning board chairman to talk to that planning board member to see if he's interested in moving on, staying on or not doing. So those are things that we can set up proactively that just gets sent out, and it just, once it gets set up and used, it becomes functional. The managed trackers is, just configurations behind the scenes, that's the admin setup. The meeting manager, that's where, the meetings, agendas, and agenda items are put in. And the meeting types that are there, meeting types are separated out by board. Whether it's a town board meeting, a zoning board meeting, it's a grievance board, it doesn't matter, they're there. The document center is where the search issue comes in. That you can search by meeting minutes, you can search by application, you can search by, who presented the motion, you can search by voting record, you can search all, there's probably 1,500 different, filters in there on how to find things. It's really, as far as the document center goes, management systems goes, very powerful. It's also where the administrators of the system can upload historical documents. For previous minutes, we bought this 3 years ago. The minutes from 1960 are not on here. You can upload the minutes from the 1960 meeting and have the historical documentation in here.
Well, that would be helpful, like with resolutions, correct?
That's what we were trying to do. That's what I thought we hired the extra clerk for.
It was one of the items that was presented that's one of the functions that the extra clerk would do. It just, there wasn't an hour ever spent on that.
There you go.
The links, drop down is, the only thing that's there right now is the video link, and that goes directly to the streaming video that, that we have set up through YouTube. But there's more than 80% of the time that link doesn't work right. So, there's a configuration issue in it that we've got to fool around with. The last one is, not the last one, but the admin drop down. If you don't see that, it's because you're not a manager, and you can't get in there and change any of the settings, but that's under the admin, the dashboard, the board manager. If there's somebody hired and you put in an email and a new employee, this is where that activity happens. And where you put in workflows, email groups, so if I know there's an email group for the town board, there's an email group for each one of the planning boards, and when you wanna send it straight through this, when you send the distribution of the agendas that go out to people, you pick a group, all those people go in there, and you just have to associate an email address with a group. The last one is the help, and that help is really very extensive. You type in a topic that you wanna get help with, it takes you through, takes you right to the page of the activity that you're in. It goes through, not only just text and a lot of screenshots on how to work through and complete that project, but there are training videos and coaching videos that go into that it's an enormous resource. So, that's what you'll see when you're signed in.
Any questions? Renee?
I think at this point, shouldn't there be a discussion on how we start implementing this and utilizing it? I mean,
it's,
And which ones are we gonna try to learn and implement first? Speaking only for myself,
How about starting something simple? with-
simple, yes.
Yeah, maybe with votes.
With
Maybe
what?
have, with our
Votes.
votes. Like I said, I just, there's some of the attachments here, Gene, on these files that I'll have to get with Adam that I can't open, but, yeah, there's a lot in here, and what I can find in the, document center and stuff, some of the things that were put in here, I think were just done as a test because they're aged.
Right.
But Mike, I think starting with something, like I said, something really simple, just to start to be able to use it.
Now, if I remember right, Gene, when you guys were doing this, when I was in the audience, Diligent was gonna, they trained certain people, but none of them are here anymore, and they were supposed to train everyone else, or how do we get, how do people like myself that don't use this every day, can we get training somehow? Or is it just trial by error?
Diligent has the philosophy of train the trainer.
Chain what?
Train the
Train,
trainer.
yeah.
Okay,
So the town board designates the person who is responsible for it. And I see two parties that are involved with this. I see that the supervisor's office is involved with the non-clerk related issues. So, and I'm just saying this, as like Jody.
Yeah.
would take care of the agenda items like she's doing. Town board needs to designate a person who needs to know that. And then figure out how to train us for the functions as a board member,
right.
what we need to do. I think, publishing the agenda to the board on a PDF contradicts our philosophy of buying into the software that we should be working on from the HTML, because that's the place in the portal where we have all the ability to interact with
Right.
and pull in. And instead of going to a PDF and open up a 200-page PDF and trying to flip through pages, the HTML portion of the document, you click on the supporting doc, it opens up that supporting doc, and you're not losing,
Searching for.
not searching for it. That kind of training is something that, is easily done in just a little video. Do that. The record voting, I think we should really have a discussion on what our policy is gonna be for recording those votes. Because it needs to be public, it can't be, there's no secret ballot kind of thing. It's like,
No.
put your vote, you just click a screen, nobody knows that's not the intent, that's not the function of it, and I don't want anybody to understand that can never happen. So,
I think we should vote the way we vote, and the clerk records it in Diligent so that it's there.
Yep, and our notes can be set up so we know that if I vote nay and I get the
Right.
minutes and it says I voted yay,
You can
then
then,
that's how I
correct,
open up a dialogue with Adam and we have a discussion about, something that was wrong.
right.
But it's not me recording the official minutes in the vote record, that.
Or shouldn't we be approving the minutes?
No, but we have an obligation to.
Make sure they're right.
We do not approve it. No. Adam has a legislatively designated timeframe on when he has to publish the minutes,
Yep.
Which is?
which is 2 weeks for meetings and 1 week for special meetings.
Executive sessions 1 week. I don't know.
Executive session, yeah, you're right.
Executive
Not
session,
special
not special, special meetings is still 2 weeks. Executive is 1 week.
Executive sessions is 1 week.
Yep,
Thank you for the correction.
yep. We got 5 minutes before our
Okay.
public hearing. Just letting you know.
I think that one of the things that is beneficial to me is the documentation center and the historical documents. And those could be put in there. You can start putting those in now. And the voting records, from what I have seen recently, and I didn't search in the last month on the voting record, but there are documents or there are database, items in here for the voting record. So I can search by voting record for board members. So my last suggestion is that we just implement it across all the boards. We've been using it for a couple of years now. Where we are, but I think that the rest of the boards need to get up to speed with it, and I know that some of them are. They're using it. Just need
There is one board I noticed that is pretty consistent.
You asked about the training lead, and in there, they do have, Village does do training. That outside of it, at the time that we last reached out to them, they were very short-staffed and didn't have the capacity to send somebody out here for 3 days and just train until they used up the time. But that's nothing that we can't reach out to again for. That health feature is very, very good.
Mr. Dave, Mr. Kevin, any thoughts?
I like it, I use it.
I guess someone's gonna have to work with it regularly
Yeah, you gotta play
so
with it.
that I
Yeah,
can
you gotta get in there.
get a drift of it, you know?
Yep.
Otherwise, this is looking into space to me.
Yep.
And don't use those help videos. There's a lot of,
Yeah, there is.
I didn't hear you, Kevin.
use the help
Help
videos,
Yep.
the help section.
I know, Mr. Jean, when you went, helped Jody out, and I believe Miss Renee, you were very helpful, and they're starting to use it more because they didn't have any training either. They were just kinda stumbling through it, so thank you for reaching out and helping them. Anything else? Can we move on? We got a 6 o'clock public hearing.
We do, but I do, this is directly off from the health menu, the options, the training and coaching, the training videos and everything, but their last item on that is coaching, that they do have coaching, and it's a one-on-one meeting for 60 minutes with an iCompass coach, so that is a fee issue. But it is an option that's there on, so we can just allocate some funds and a person to go through that.
Okay.
Coaching. I'm all set, thank you.
All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
Could we
On
make
that?
a decision on any processes we're gonna go forward with? Or make sure that we implement it, or then just try to close out Jake's question?
I think all the boards should use it. I think it should be uniform across the town.
Definitely, I gotta get training. Dave's probably in the same boat I
Yeah.
am.
Two separate issues, though.
Right, which ones, well, I guess I need to know which items you're
Well-
going to,
I think the discussion started with, the clerk recording our votes and getting them in the software.
Should we prepare a resolution for the next meeting that Donna Shenango is, the resolution is that this is our software, the platform for our minutes and our agendas, and that to be used by all the board members, all the boards,
Yes.
effective immediately going forward.
I can't hear you, Gene. I cannot hear you.
I said that I'm suggesting that we make a motion for, or we do a resolution at the next meeting stipulating that the Diligent software is to be used and implemented for all meeting agendas and agenda packets and minutes for all town boards, effective immediately, and then brought up to speed with historical documents within 12 months.
How far back do you want to be updated with historical documents? Because that's,
Far back as history.
Well, that's a lot.
Right.
Yeah, no, I've read them.
depending on, because some clients I've worked with before have utilized like a third-party vendor
Right.
to basically digitize their entire file
Right.
storage system. I don't know how much of the towns is currently digitized or not.
Not very much of it.
Going back, I mean, I have one client that actually does go back to the 1700s electronically with everything, because they spent the time and money to like do that. I'm not, I just don't know how much of a lift you're asking, which is why I'm,
Well, let's try to pick a reasonable day, get there, and when we achieve that, let's go back to the 1950s. And then when we get to that point, I don't know how it works. You're gonna have to get some staff, like you're saying, a
It'll
third
take staff
party or
time.
college people. I know when I had to do an inventory in my business, there was a company that came in and did that.
I think we're getting into the weeds on it too, and I gotta
What's
ask
that?
why. I think we're getting into the weeds on it, and
Hey.
I've gotta ask why we're going back to 1950.
Right. Well, I didn't wanna go back to 1700.
I don't either.
I was trying to shorten it up a little bit to try to get a foundation with the system.
There's more documents in the 1950s and 60s and 70s than there are in the 80s and 90s and 2000s.
But they still exist. Having them digitized, I'm not sure how often they're referenced. I think just working within the 21st century is plenty.
I'm just,
Yeah.
volume documentation.
I have no doubt, there's probably quite a bit.
so I'll put a blank in for the date as to how far
Yeah.
back you want this initially. And then, the only other thing would be just thinking through, you know, it's fine to say all the boards have to do it. Might I suggest, you mentioned Diligent likes to train the trainer, having a period of time for a person, like designating, you
Right.
folks designating who is the town of Shenango's
Trainer.
point person to be the person to provide the training to all the boards, clerk's offices, you know, the
Everyone.
people. And then having that person, I guess, kind of directing them to come up with a timeline to roll it out to everybody. Because if you, otherwise you gotta come up with a bunch of dates yourselves as to when you expect all this to actually be done.
It's July. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that the software for all the boards is fully functional January 1.
But they gotta be trained by January 1 to use it.
Well, they gotta be trained by September, October.
I know, but I think what you're asking for is who's gonna be the trainer, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one piece that needs to be, I think, decided
Leave it
on.
up to the board. Whoever's gotta do the minutes for the board, leave it up
Oh.
to them to figure out who
Okay.
it is and make that recommendation to us. I don't wanna
Okay.
get into their lane. Okay. That's me.
Motion.
I made the
For-
motion, nobody
okay.
seconded it. We
Oh.
go right to
Uh,
discussion.
it's,
So, I'll second it. Let's go to the discussion.
Any more discussion?
None,
None.
none.
I will amend the motion that I made to go back to 1980.
I'll amend my second.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Nay.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Lumsden?
Nay. I think we need more time. I don't think we can do it that quick. Oh, sorry. That is-
Okay, what exactly did we just vote? Because I thought we had a whole group of things roped into this one.
His motion was to do it by the end of the year. I don't know that that's possible.
No, I said 12 months.
I thought you then said at the end of the year.
So
My
what,
mistake.
So what I have is that, the motion was all boards of the town are to utilize Diligent software for meeting agendas, packets, and minutes. starting no later than January 1st of 2026, and to have all historical records dating back to January 1st, 1980, loaded electronically into the software within 12 months of presumably today.
Yes.
But you're asking for a resolution for him to be drafted for this, correct? Wasn't that what,
For next meeting.
for next meeting?
Okay, so yeah, 12 months from
From the next meeting, yeah. 2 weeks.
Ballot.
Okay.
That's what you voted on?
That's what,
We voted on the direction to give Nate the direction to do the resolution. Okay.
we voted. Mr. Clerk, you got the vote, correct? All right, we're gonna move on. Public hearing. We have tonight, we have a public hearing on consolidating the Water District Improvement Project. We have, Ms. Leeson here from Bartlett Judas. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking on something else. And she's gonna, her and Alex are gonna give us a presentation. I have to open it.
I think here's the presentation. And then
Okay, then I'll. Bring that right up here a little closer, by Mr. Jean, if you would, please. There you go. Thank you. I think so. Unless she wants to borrow someone's.
Well, that could
This
be
is-
removed.
You can move that mic, yeah. You can move the mic, do whatever you want to do. You can handhold it if you want. Okay, whatever works for you.
It's for the recording.
Yeah,
Sorry?
it's for the recording.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Lisa Gleason. I'm with Barton and LaJudas. I was here a few months ago to discuss the water study that the town authorized Barton and LaJudas to complete of the town's water system. So as you guys are aware, the town has 7 service areas within the town, including 8 well sites, 1 pumping station, and various distribution mains throughout the system. So we worked with Alex and Greg to prepare a study of the existing infrastructure and provide recommendations to improve the existing water system. Currently, 3 of the well sites within the town are having issues with contaminations, redundancy, and flood resiliency. So the Maplewood well had a maximum contamination level violations of 1,4-dioxane. So the town then switched to the Applewood well, which has experienced PFAS elevated levels, which has not maxed out those contamination levels, but is a concern to the water sources. Additionally, the Northgate well is within the floodplain, which we do have some concerns with that as well. And then lastly, the 12A well is currently only pumping 600 gallons per minute and is a very important well for future development of the town. And then lastly, some of the distribution systems are undersized. The town is experiencing quite a few breaks almost weekly. So we did look into that in our report as well. We prepared the engineering report, which we submitted to the town at the end of May, and that was listed on the 2026 EFC intended use plan for possible funding next year. I have a summary of the improvements if you would like me to go into details with any of them, but just a high-level overview, we are calling out for replacement of distribution mains throughout the town, whether they're undersized or need to complete interconnections. We're also recommending, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna actually flip this map over because I do have the recommended improvements here. So you can see from this figure, the green lines, or sorry, the blue lines here are the existing water mains. The red lines show the proposed 8-inch water main replacement, and the orange lines here are the proposed interconnections. The green lines here are the proposed 6-inch water lines. We're also recommending replacement of both the Hillside and Hospital Hill water storage tanks, improvements to the Northgate well and the 12A well, and we're also going to recommend a new well source. One possible location that was investigated is down at the Hyder Park as a possible source, so that we can decommission both the Maplewood and Applewood wells. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we're gonna be installing 3 new interconnections. That way, the town will have increased redundancy, increased water quality. There'll be no issues with getting water up to these other service areas once we decommission those 2 wells. And then lastly, I just wanna note that we did find that the former landfill located on Airport Road may be a contributing factor to some of those PFAS levels that we've observed. So we're going to be recommending installing a new water line along Airport Road as well to get all of those current users off of their existing well sites. Additionally, those interconnections will allow for users who are not currently on the town water system to tie in to hopefully avoid those possible contaminated well sites.
Roughly how many, I don't want to put you on the spot,
That's okay.
but roughly how many in that area, residents?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I have it in the report. Let me just
I
look to it real
didn't
quick.
see that. I was trying to find, I'm talking over,
The Airport Road.
yeah,
Yeah, so the way the report is broken up right now, we have the distribution improvements, tank improvements, and then emerging contaminated related improvements, and then non-emerging contaminated improvements. So on sheet 54, it talks about the new users on Airport Road, and it looks like we're looking to install approximately 25 new water services on that road. So that will take 25 current users that may be getting contaminated water off of their wells and onto the public water.
Please, in the black line there on that map, that's already a water district.
The black line.
You have an outline here on that map.
Yeah, so the town did consolidate this water district, so it's broken up into different service areas, but it is one consolidated water district.
It is one.
Correct.
And those residents downslope there on Catelville Road are not included in this, right?
Down here?
Yeah, down towards,
No,
yeah,
that's-
if I look down Catelville Road from Airport, where
Okay.
Airport comes into Catelville,
Oh, right here.
yeah, coming,
Yeah, we did not include them in our study, just because they were outside of that radius of the, landfill, which we have a couple maps in the report that show, a few of those radiuses of possible contamination due to landfills all over New York State. So those fell outside of that radius, so we did not include them, but if the town did decide that they wanted to get water to all of their users, that would be, a future, that would be an easy one to connect in, because we could
Yeah.
easily loop the system by connecting in here at White Street as well.
so how many total tanks are you gonna replace?
2, the Hospital Hill and the Hillside Road. Or, yes.
Do these new water mains also include fire protection?
Yes.
Okay.
And one thing that we intend to do, that's built into the total project cost is create a WaterCAD model so that we can model all of the system, make sure that the correct sizes are being installed to, make sure that the fire flow is being met in all of these areas.
Is there a shortage of that too, Kevin? Like, in them areas, or
There's no hydrants.
there's none over there, okay.
Yeah, so we are recommending to install new hydrants in these locations as well, valves and hydrants.
One, this is a thought that I've had, because we will have to do the updated EDUs for sewer, and part of the reason for the EDUs is because we don't have meters on water everywhere. does this extend water service to every place in the town that has sewer?
I do not believe so. I did not.
There's no sewer over there.
Well, yeah, there's no sewer there, but I'm saying, are all the places with sewer
Going to now have water.
going to now have
No.
water?
You can bring it up. I'll take it if you're offering it.
So the point of being here today is to move forward with the seeker parts 2 and 3 and hopefully pass the bond resolution. This will ultimately allow us to prepare and submit the WIA application to try and get funding for this project. So currently there's nothing that the town is locking into by doing this. It's just the next step of that process. We do need both of those items in order to submit the WIA application on September 12th.
Any questions for Ms. Leeson? Mr. Dave, Mr. Jean? Okay.
I don't.
I'm good,
We're good?
yeah.
Mike, if I
I'm gonna open
can.
up the public hearing.
Well, I was gonna ask Leeson to maybe touch on the environmental assessment form part 2 and the answers that you have in there as to just anything you think should be highlighted to the board before moving on from your presentation.
Yeah, do you want me to do that now?
Yep.
Let me just grab my speaker.
Thank you.
We asked, Greg and I asked that Leeson do a full part 2 for you guys on your behalf. As you review seeker, you've done it in the past, part 2 gets filled out by you, but she did one on your behalf. If you want to use it, great. If not, we can edit one as we go tonight. And then she gave a full supporting package as to why some of them were moderate to large and why they're mitigated.
Yes.
And
Just a-
Lisa,
just a-
before you start with that,
Yeah.
you know, you had talked about some of the wells being in the floodplain.
Mhm.
Any concern with that proposed one there at Hyder Park?
No, that one will have any flood resiliency, so if it is found to be in that floodplain, we will be sure that it is sealed up accordingly, that the new well house is at proper elevations to stay out of that flood elevation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah, going through seeker, nothing too crazy stood out. We did, send the coordinated review. We heard back from a couple of agencies, but none that were, concerned with the town acting as lead agent for this. Some items to just take into consideration, impacts on land. We will be drilling a new well, so there will be, installation deeper than the water table. As far as impervious areas, we are installing 2 new tanks, but we're also demoing 2 tanks. So really the only new structure that's gonna come from this project will be the new well house at the new well site. Because everything else is, for the most part, gonna be a replacing kind, or it's gonna be underground with the new interconnections as well. So, very little, going on there. Do you just want me to go through all the small?
Well, anything that's, I think you flagged as moderate to large impacts. I mean,
Okay.
if the board has more interest on small impact stuff as well, but I mean, certainly moderate to large impact, because you've identified those as potentially impactful, and then what is being done in the project to make sure it does not have an environmental impact.
Okay, sounds great. So, the first one I just mentioned was, item 1A, proposed action may involve construction on land where depth of the water table is less than 3 feet. Those will be at the locations of the new well site. 1B is proposed action may involve construction on slopes of 15% or greater. We do see that occurring at the 2 tank sites. However, we will be sure to take all erosion and sediment controls. There will be a SWIP with this project, so it will ensure that there's gonna be no runoff there. Item 1E is that the proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. Right now, the estimated duration of construction is 18 months, which is included in the preliminary engineering report schedule. So we would expect that this project would exceed 1 year. And then item 4A is in regards to impact on groundwater. The proposed action may require new water supply wells or create additional demand on supplies from existing water supply wells, as I mentioned, the new well site at Hyder Park location, as well as the expanded well at the 12A existing well.
You don't anticipate depleting groundwater or the aquifers in any significant fashion as a result of tapping into this?
No, and that's one thing that will be done during the design phase is a groundwater investigation at the proposed site. We did have our geologist out on site and he took some preliminary samples, but we will do a complete investigation of that site to make sure it is an accurate source to drill a well.
You want to give a brief overview?
Regulatory agencies are gonna be responsible for reviewing and approving the well?
What he said.
Yes, I will have to double check specifically. I know we have involved New York State DEC to make them aware of this project. I am not a
SRBC.
geologist, so yeah. Thank you.
SRBC is our parent entity on our water withdrawal. We have a bunch of documentation with them, and 12A is our only one that we pay on, correct? The others are all grandfathered. But any new well that we poke in or any modification that we make will be on their radar and has to be permitted through the Susquehanna River Basin Commission. So there's some hefty fees with that and a process that Greg from Leeson's office helps us work on historically for the past decade.
Would that include any upgrades to existing wells?
Yes, any additional withdrawal amount, if we increase a well depth or capacity, pumping rate, that all gets reported to them. We're grandfathered on, say, Cherry Lane. If we go deeper on that like we want to and increase capacity, it's a location that's grandfathered, but they'd probably make it a permitted one at that point. And definitely the new one. You know, if they're next to each other, we've discussed if they could be consolidated into one application, but these are all spread out enough that Hyder would be a new application to them, and it's based on your pumping rate. I think we spent $15,000 for 12A the last time we did paperwork, so it's something like that or more for a new one at 1,000 gallons a rate.
The fees paid to the Susquehanna River Basin Commission?
Correct, as a 5-year term,
So the fees every 5 years?
pretty much.
Is there an offset for the wells that you're decommissioning and have the capacity for move to another well? Or is there any program for that?
Being that those ones are not in their program as permitted wells and they're grandfathered, I don't believe we get any credit for them. The new one is what
But
it
wouldn't
is.
that be worth a discussion as an aggregate?
It is. I think we'll lose it though.
Made note of both of those items, so I can look into those.
They come and sit with us annually, and we go through these things with them on how to keep fees down, how to keep stuff on track, where we're headed with things. They usually send 2 people out to meet with Greg and I. So yeah, it's worth the question. Those 2 are small compared to what we want to put in. I have a feeling they won't give us any credit for it. Same with Cherry Lane. If we upgrade that one, I think they're going to put it in as a permitted one now. Just part of the process.
This may be the end. Oh, we have one more. 16A, the proposed action is within 1,500 feet of a school, hospital, licensed day center, group home, nursing home, or retirement community. Since these water mains are all throughout the town, we are gonna encounter that, but proper regulations will be taken. The new well site is at the current public park as well, so we will be sure that we get all necessary approvals before doing any work there. Looks like item 16J states that the proposed action may result in excavation and other disturbance within 2,000 feet of a site used for the disposal of solid or hazardous waste. And you just double check what
This is the Lowe's site. It historically has a spill. It comes up for this question and the spill question anytime we're within a quarter mile or 2,000 feet of it.
Thanks, Alex.
8A, I think, was just soils.
And it doesn't also affect the landfill on Airport Road?
It should.
And I'm not sure if that's considered hazardous waste or if it's,
Yeah, so that would be we could add that to your write-up on J, being that we're replacing everything alongside it. We're definitely within 2,000 feet of that. Have you heard anything on the state's review of the
Gene,
landfill?
wouldn't that apply to any spill sites we're next to?
Anything
Like if-
that's logged.
Yes, that the DEC has, like old gas stations, things of that nature that,
They haven't
that have been, yeah, that haven't been cleaned, right?
As long, if they're considered hazardous, which those sometimes are not, which, that's case by case.
Right.
Contaminated definitely, but not necessarily hazardous.
Lisa, how old are our current tanks, storage tanks?
They are, I believe the Hospital Hill was from, is both over 40 years old.
I don't have my chart handy.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
So-
they were the two oldest, I believe, yeah.
We check on them pretty regularly. Greg has an inspection timing process that he does, and, you know, they've looked
But would
inside
that
them.
be the expectation of the new tanks, 40, 50 years?
Yeah, they're glass lines now, but aren't they 75 years?
That's what we try for on the new ones.
Yeah.
The old ones, not so much. And they're
Are you
getting,
increasing the volume or not? Size of the tank?
one of the things we look at when we do touch a tank is the fire flow capacity, or if it goes down for a day, what capacity do we have in the system in that tank? So if we need to upgrade, they're looking at those numbers as well. If the tank's 200,000 gallons and the next model up is 250, is it warranted to go up to that size? Like Savage, not too long ago, we upgraded that tank in 2009 maybe. We picked it right up and put another layer on.
Day use number that you're required to hit.
That I don't know off the top of my head. You mean the storage capacity, the multiplier?
Yeah.
I don't recall. Do you know off? Yeah, there's a fire flow plus storage, is it 2.5? I think we shot for a 2.5 multiplier in the past, but I don't know that that was what was required.
Lisa, is that what you guys are thinking, is a 25% increase in capacity, or?
Both of these have enough capacity currently, so we're recommending the glass line statewide Aquastore similar tanks, which do have that option to do an expansion or an addition on if we do need it. But that is something that, again, once we're able to do that WaterCAD model and understand how the system is actually operating, we can determine if we would need to do an increased size in the tank or if we could replace in kind.
And each site can accommodate a larger tank?
Yes, yep. The Hillside tank will
Go away.
be creative there, but yeah.
I think Greg and I would like to see that one gone and no longer be there, and we might put it elsewhere, like
I
adjacent
was
to
just
Poplar
thinking
Hill.
of easements and all that kind of stuff, we were gonna run into problems there again.
Hillside has a access problem
Yes.
and a washout problem. That road is a problem. We're lucky that when they logged it the last time, they fixed the road, so that helped us out for a while, but it's probably in disrepair again now. And even to work on it, we don't have means to really work on that one. So if we replace it, it'll probably just go away and be elsewhere.
Yeah.
Poplar Hill, we have a lot of space. We ended up putting our current Poplar Hill tank in an easement area and then ended up with all the land around it. So we have ability to double up there. And as Lisa mentioned, these tanks, the Aquastore tanks, you as a board standardized them, I think in 2005 or 2009. I think you might have standardized them in 2009 when we did the Poplar Hill tank. I worked on that one through Keystone at the time, so I did that one. I seem to recall a resolution accepting Aquastore, so we didn't have to have bid issues on product. So that one's, as long as we do the foundations for them, they are expandable typically, and historically you've opted to,
Alex, when you
Beef
say
up the foundation.
expandable, what do they do, go up?
they do,
Well, that's what I was trying to
they
figure out.
go in and clamp onto the thing
Yeah,
and crank it right up in the air, 2 panels or whatever,
Yeah,
whatever
and
the
then-
design capacity
right.
is.
Just like the silo.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're picking it up from the bottom. And at that point, when we did Savage, that one was expandable. We gained
Yep.
capacity on it, and we got in there and cleaned out a couple inches of sediment that had been in that, cleaned it, maintained all the nuts and bolts before it went up in the air, and then
Yep.
picked it up and put
So that would
panels
be a
under it.
recommendation that you would have, is to size the foundation appropriately? For a 25%, a 30% expansion?
Or to the next tank capacity.
And they could, on both there,
And they-
obviously crank this up and put in a new section there.
which makes sense.
That was a good trip also.
That's the old one, Leeson, right here?
Yes,
This
You went
is-
on that one.
that
This is
I was with
Hillside,
you
this
on
is
that trip.
Savage Road. So you
Oh,
have
I'm
this
sorry.
at Savage Road right now.
Okay,
Yep.
and this one was just a welded tank.
You were ready to
Yep,
go to
and this is
Ohio
the
for
one
the
on that water replacement.
Right, is the one at,
20 years ago.
Hospital Hill similar?
Yes, yep.
So they're both the same vintage?
Yep. Yep, and then we were just the last line.
That's awesome, thank you.
Yep.
So the tanks come in all kinds of diameters and heights, just like the Harvestor and Aquastor. The Harvestor's silage tanks, or not silage, the silos that you see are the same idea.
I just didn't know if the capacity going up changed the footprint of the foundation, and if you had that.
It can.
Okay, good.
Well, it's weight too, right?
Well,
it
yeah,
is.
so the foundation footer would have to be bigger, and I just wanted to make sure we weren't up against the easement or something like that.
Yeah, and a lot of these, this was just the study, so this is just understanding what the requirements are. All of these items will be addressed in design.
Yep.
So when we do design this, we are gonna have a much better understanding of that 25%, whatever the percent capacity we want for these new storage tanks.
And to clarify that, Leland, so like this proposal is more of the maximalist vision of the project, which if it gets anything, it'll get more narrow as the design goes on. And if something has to be examined that expands the project, then we'd have to review seeker for that new expansion. And then if it costs more money, of course, modify the bond resolution and public interest order. So, but this should be about as big as the project gets. You go big at this point because you're going for the money, and then we'll see what you get awarded.
Yes, we're going for the money as well as trying to make the most favorable funding acceptable project as possible. So one big thing with the WIA grant this year is emerging contaminants. So those items are very key for this report right now. So that's the decommissioning of the 2 wells, which includes installing these 3 interconnections, because when we no longer have wells up here, we're gonna need to get water to this service area. It involves the new well source, and it involves the improvements, I believe, to the 12A well to expand the capacity there, so then again, we can pump that water where it needs to be. So those items are pretty critical, but as Nathan mentioned, this can be amended down the road if needed. We'll just have to go through approval if the town receives and accepts a funding package.
Okay.
For the new board members, this is the same process we went through on the sewer project. Started that one in 2013 with the same style book. We had to have that book in order to qualify for any sewer project in the future whatsoever. Coincidentally, they changed regulations and we needed the book almost immediately. But we had it done, so we were able to move ahead rather than having to backtrack.
So at that point, if the funding's limited, you'd make a recommendation, I guess, on a triage.
Yes, yeah, or, we could discuss with the board if when that package becomes available, if you decide, it's not enough, or you aren't getting as much as you wanted, or maybe you get more and you decide, okay, we wanna
Well,
include
yeah, right,
this
it
or
could
that
go either
instead.
way, but I
Yeah.
suspect there are some spots that are in more of a need than others.
There are definitely spots, yeah, yes. But we just need to be careful that we can't really necessarily eliminate those items that did get you
No,
that funding.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood, yeah.
And WIA, you're looking at 5 million from WIA right away, plus a possible other 5 right away?
5 for the emerging contaminants, and then, bill funding or WQIP. If bill funding is
So that's
available.
10 initially plus more later.
Yes, yep.
Is that both of those surrounding environmental issues, contaminant issues?
The WIA,
Yeah.
it's the, word I'm looking for, the enhanced WIA is the emerging contaminants.
The
So
emerging
that-
contaminants,
Yep,
okay.
that allows us to get an additional
So that funding would, that part of the project would include all the wells, the well replacements and upgrades that are required on those ones that have the contaminant levels?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So what I'm saying is, when you say, hey, if you only receive X amount of dollars, and then you make a triage situation there, you can't eliminate the wells that were associated with that.
Most likely
funding.
not, we would have to discuss it with EFC and say, hey, if we get rid of, we decide we don't wanna do the well, we wanna do this interconnect and still decommission these, then maybe they'll say, yes, that's fine.
That's fine, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't be necessarily, hey, we're not gonna do any wells.
Right.
And we're not gonna replace tanks, we're just gonna replace pipe.
Right.
That's probably
That's
not gonna fly.
probably not gonna
I'm-
fly.
I'm using that as an extreme
Yes.
example.
I would suspect
Yep.
they'd let us drop the front end cost of a lot of the piping that was in need of replacement at, 50 years out.
Well, and that was one of the reasons too that we formed the report like we did with the 4 sections: distribution, storage, emerging contaminated related improvements, and non-EC related improvements. So that way, the board and EFC has an understanding of where these things are characterized and what these main improvements are. But as Nathan mentioned, this is kind of that all-in approach to see if we can do it all.
Can you go over what the concept is about, Alex, if I misunderstood it, the hillside, tank?
Yes.
Being called to be replaced, but you said you want to see it go away?
He
We would
meant that-
replace it in a different location.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we had looked into, and this is something we'll evaluate during the study as well, we had looked into an option of could we possibly demo this tank and keep the rest of this area online? Preliminarily, we don't believe that's gonna be possible the way the distribution system is set up. But we thought maybe we could demo it and then build it in the same place. Doesn't seem like that's gonna be feasible, but it will definitely be reviewed during the design phase.
We threw around a lot of ideas, Poplar Hill doubling up, or another location that we have over here by Cherry Lane, or if we could sit on the hill even behind here. So there's been a lot of discussion behind the scenes.
I know you gotta do all the modeling and stuff, but I just understood you say
Not
that
yet.
tank would go away, and I'm looking at where the other tanks are, and distance and friction and head loss, and that I didn't understand what's going on.
We just don't like that location, so we think we'd prefer to find a better location for that one that's somewhere that we already own.
Tough topography, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's caused Greg some headaches, right, and Don in the past.
Anything else? We're good. Ms. Leeson?
I just want to ask, any other environmental issues that were identified as moderate to large that you need to address?
No, not from our seeker. That's what we have all listed, so if you guys see anything, I
have
can
one?
definitely respond to it. Again, we have our supporting document package as well that details any small, moderate, or large impacts that we see.
Okay.
When you get into the moderate review, a lot of these, looking at them from my side of it, I would say that they end up being more so small. They're not something that I would expect that you want to go into an environmental impact statement or a positive declaration on after looking at how she's answered them. But she checked them that they may have an impact, but we don't really think there will be because there's something else occurring there that's not going to have an impact.
In the areas that there's not been previous disturbance, has there been due diligence gone through at this point with research? Environmental sites, historical issues, environmental issues?
Yeah, we did, pull preliminary wetlands, archaeological sites and whatnot, so we did, yes, yep, so that's all indicated in here. If we have to do any tree clearings, we'll of course do it during the months that we're allowed to do tree clearing. Any wetland crossings, we will avoid open cut to the extent possible. If we do have to open cut, we will get that approval in advance. That's all included in here as moderate impacts.
And Historic Preservation asked that once we get to a project, go back around through with them again for
Correct.
potential phase 1 reviews of actual site impacts.
And I'd just like to clarify your language, Leeson. So, as potential moderate impacts, however, based on the design of the project and the conditions and other permits and things that you would need to comply with, you anticipate there will in fact be no actual impacts or small impacts.
Correct, yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for Ms. Leeson? I'm gonna open up the public hearing for the public. If you
Thank you,
guys are
Leeson.
done, you good with that?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing on the Consolidated Water District Improvement Project. This is now, the public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Yes, sir.
Full road reconstruction.
I didn't hear you, Darren.
Torn up. Full road reconstruction, of anything being torn up, sites that are being, gonna be discussed that are being done, because I've got plan going forward for 5-year plan on road repairs, full roads done, that are effective,
Anything else? Thank you. Anyone else care to speak on the consolidated water project? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you. All right, we're going to move back on to our regular meeting, 5.5. Code Officer Department Head discussion. Everyone has their documents. I'd like to make a motion to stop the practice of hiring a department code officer as a department head in the code office department.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
I think that that's way too premature to throw it out at this point, because there's a lot of discussion that's gotta happen. So
Let me amend my motion. I guess I should have made it clear to not advertise at this point for a code officer / department head at this time.
So you're saying we'll rescind the advertisement for, we're advertising for.
What we were advertising for.
I'll amend my second.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I'm confused. What is the motion?
To rescind the board's decision to advertise for a code officer / department head.
You gave me seconded?
I seconded it.
So we
I
had,
don't know that we did that.
we
We didn't make it that.
we officially made a motion to spend money.
We did.
Up to $1,000.
We had a special meeting on that took that back.
We did a moratorium on it, just that.
Well, no,
It wasn't a moratorium, it was just, we're gonna
Right.
pause until this
Right.
meeting.
But
Us to this-
till this meeting,
Yeah, till this meeting.
right.
for using the word moratorium, so. We paused for this. I put documents together, Mr. Dave, you asked for some little history.
You said rescind the decision. We didn't.
No, rescind the advertisement.
The advertisement.
He said rescind the decision.
Oh, I thought he said rescind
Rescind
the advertisement. Yes,
rescind the decision to advertise for a code officer / department head.
right.
This board never made that decision.
Yes, we
took it back
did.
at the last meeting that we stopped.
I think we made a decision and it was ready to roll. But
Right,
it just wasn't advertised to the mailbox yet.
right,
It was never implemented. It was passed by the board, and then it was never implemented.
It
correct.
was
and I
never
call-
implemented, correct.
It should have been implemented before the special meeting.
But it was all ready to roll. And then we decided, let's just stop till this meeting.
To this meeting to
this
get
meeting.
more information.
But if we don't make any decisions tonight, then the advertisement goes out.
Correct, because that was the decision of the board.
I don't agree with that.
I don't know if I agree or not, but that's what that's what
I
was set
believe
up.
that's what happened.
Because there's three, you guys
To
approved it.
up to $1,000.
Right. And it was,
That was 2 weeks ago.
yes.
And then we had a special meeting.
To pause it.
Right. Not to stop it. We stopped it and we put
Okay,
it on
so-
the agenda for discussion on what we were gonna do for the department head.
I thought we postponed it to this meeting.
That's what I thought.
Okay, and if we didn't, that is what we did?
What is
He-
the
Minutes.
minute say? I'm
I
trying to make a
understood,
point.
but I'm just saying that it was my understanding the special meeting was to postpone that decision until this meeting. So
Correct.
it wasn't officially rescinded, I guess? That was my understanding, but I don't know that.
Words matter.
I mean,
If you're making a motion to rescind something, I don't think that we can rescind the decision that was never made. And
I believe we made that decision, but the clerk can clarify whether I'm right or wrong.
You're correct.
I'm correct.
can you
Correct.
read it? Read the record of what the.
at the special meeting,
At the special meeting.
Yep.
What was the motion that was made?
if I have that with me right now.
I need that, because that directly affects Mike's motion right now.
It does.
Okay.
It's in my office.
So we will wait.
I agree with you, the words matter. If I got it wrong, I got it wrong, but I believe that's what we did.
So Mike, what was your motion?
My motion was to rescind the decision of the board to advertise for a code officer / department head and to spend the allocated money up to $1,000.
Okay, and then Gene believes that's already been done.
Gene, I believe what you're saying,
My position is if we stopped it and rescinded it at the special meeting, that's the end of it. You can't rescind it again tonight.
I believe we paused it. and
Understood,
that's-
but we're waiting,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, and that's fine, I would agree 100%.
Yes,
If that's
if
accurate,
that's-
if that's accurate, I agree 100%.
So then, I mean, a way around it is to have your motion be not to rescind it, but to rescind it if it was not previously rescinded.
Why
to
can't we
now-
just
now
have the
rescind it.
actual, what we passed? Just wait.
Can
We
we
don't need to be
I couldn't
tricked
hear
with
you.
words, we don't have to, just wait. We'll wait. Wait to see what the actual, what we
I'm good
actually
with that.
said.
Okay, perfect.
It's crazy.
Gene's correct.
Gene's correct?
Yeah, you chose a moratorium at first, but then you changed it to a rescindment. Sorry,
Thank
Gene.
you.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
When are you gonna learn, Gene?
Well, he
He's
got
got
me,
it right in front of him.
He got me on the policy last week or 2 meetings ago when I said it was a policy, and I thought for sure he had told me that, so. I will, withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw the second. All right, so it's already rescinded, just to be clear.
Correct.
Okay. So do
Sorry,
we
Gene.
need to have more discussion on where we're gonna move forward?
Yeah,
We have to do something.
we have to decide.
Okay.
Or we have to have a discussion. This is a really very, very complicated situation.
Yes, I agree with that.
I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. And the issue is not clear for me on what is in the best interest of the town. And I don't think that this is gonna be solved in a half-hour discussion.
Okay. Did we start the conversation?
The way we're set up right now, the part-time code officer we have, contract just goes to December, is that what I got? Or is that, I'm just wondering if we have a time limit to,
I don't.
We'd have to look back.
I don't know what his
You're
contract.
talking about
The part-time.
the part-time,
from
I
the
think it's
Johnson
through the
City.
end of the year. I think it's December 31st, if I remember right.
So come December, if we haven't decided something, we would have to make arrangements of some
Right.
kind. In October, our code officer that we're in training should be,
Renee, I think it was Renee who reminded us, or maybe it was Jody, that reminded us about the appointment for the sunset of with Diane. So I'm confusing those
Yeah,
dates.
yeah, one of
between
them's
those.
September 30th, yeah,
I think that was September 30th
It
with
is,
Miss
but-
Diane.
right,
Is that the additional hours you're talking about?
yeah, yes.
And how that tied in, so I don't remember when it was.
The additional,
For Randy and.
the additional hours for Diane and Renee ended August,
Nick and
July
Randy.
30.
Did we actually sign contracts with them to go to the end of the year, or are they just,
know if
Do we know,
contracts were.
was there actual contracts?
Well,
signed
it's
that
not
they-
a municipal agreement with Johnson City, it's an
Yeah,
agreement.
It's
he's
not
with-
municipal,
with-
And he's saying
independent
independently, yeah.
contractors
Yeah, right, he's independent
working for the
contractor.
town.
Randy is?
Yeah, it wasn't a municipal agreement with
I would
Johnson City.
think they have to be.
I don't remember if, didn't you guys hire him as a temporary employee?
Temporary
We did,
employee.
temporary
Yeah,
employee.
so, I mean, there's a difference though, not an
Okay.
independent
Oh,
contractor.
is it independent contract? Yes,
All right,
temporary
sorry.
employee, you're right.
But is there a
There's
contract?
No.
No.
He's-
So
he's
there's no
just-
contract, there's no time frame.
Well,
They
I
could
think
walk
we
away.
put a time
Well, they
on
could
it.
walk away anytime they want.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanna know if we could feel comfortable without a timeline discussing this stuff, if we're right at a deadline, we're gonna lose these guys,
Never know.
yeah, or guy.
I, the balance for me with the town is I don't see the need for multiple code enforcement officers for the amount of volume of work that goes through that department. So I'm struggling to separate separate the department head from the code enforcement officials, because I don't believe they need multiple code enforcement officials.
Like, multiple what?
Code enforcement officials.
Do you think we only need one, or do you think we need 1.5?
I do not believe we need one of them.
Oh. Well, I would think we would only need one if the code officer spent all his time doing code and we had someone else run the department to do the administration of the office. Then I would think one code officer, you could pay one code officer more money and have him spend more time doing code work, or she, and then have someone else administrate the office detail. That's just my opinion.
I know that, but I don't believe you really have, I don't believe that you've got you've got the understanding of the amount of workload that goes through that office for code enforcement. Ordinance is different in code enforcement than the.
Uniform building code, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know and I'm trying to separate out the public and the private sector work. But there's no way that there's enough work in there, in that department for multiple people, for the hours that are associated with the zoning and the building code work to justify a full-time code enforcement official just dedicated to that function. I don't see it. I do it every day. I don't see it.
So just the code officer is licensed by the state. An ordinance officer wouldn't be licensed by the state?
No.
Okay,
The functions of, the code enforcement officer, the official at the town, has to have the responsibility to do ordinance and building code. But it is the building code certification that is issued
License.
by the state of New York.
And if it was a zoning ordinance, then that same code officer would do that. And then that's when I sent you guys the thing, and I had a small conversation with Nate, and he can tune me up here. If it's an ordinance for a zoning violation, the zoning officer, the residents would be able to challenge the interpretation of that zoning officer to the zoning board of appeals. That's not uniform building code, and that is not property maintenance. It's only when it's a zoning issue. I got chickens in a residential area, something like that. Before it goes to the court system, the residents have a right to appeal that decision of that code officer to that ZBA.
That's not relevant to the discussion
Well,
and
it's
the
time,
department head.
it's the time of it, is I'm trying to picture this code officer doing everything that he or she may have to do, and then administer and run an office and do, budgets and do, who's got sick time, who doesn't, and all of that. That's where I start to have a problem with it.
So Mike, maybe for purposes of clarifying what Gene has said, ask Gene how much of a full-time, what tenths of an hour, how much time would be needed, of a person weekly for code enforcement versus zoning versus
Right.
administration.
Well, that's a valid point. So, in your opinion, you have uniform building code, you have zoning regulations and ordinances, and then property maintenance. So so there's a 40-hour, I understand your code officer being department head would be 40 hours. So break that 40 hours up. How much do you think he's gonna spend doing administrative stuff, payroll stuff, uniform building code? I mean, they sent us the documents the best they could as far as how many building permits there are. So that should be, I mean, can you give us a sense of where you think that time would be broken up in a department for one person that's wearing all the hats?
Well, I understand your question, but do you want me to address it in a daily issue or a weekly issue?
Well,
or a
weekly,
quarterly
I was
issue,
trying
or
to,
an
well,
annual issue?
I would say a
Because
weekly.
The fire inspections have gotta come up all year long.
Okay,
So you've got so many fire inspections to do. You've gotta schedule that out.
so you believe that one code,
Budget issue, the budget, that isn't even a real question that I think is relevant to the position, because it takes 8, 9, 10 hours
Right.
over the course of a year to put together.
well, I was thinking more of payroll and stuff like that. Well, then let me ask you a
How
question.
long does it take to do
In-
payroll?
in your-
Payroll's
well,
done
no.
upstairs.
Okay, in your opinion, then, you believe a code officer, one code officer, being department head, is all we need to do everything they need to do? If you do, I didn't look at it that way.
I do.
How many clerks do they need with it? Maybe we can save money here. I'm fine with that.
Well, you would be saving money if you had one person. And you had,
Well, how much
there's 2
staff,
part-time clerks in there now.
right, do we need both?
Well,
Is it,
two-
I'm asking,
Two part-time clerks is one full-time person.
okay. Okay,
I will interject, I think Renee and Diana have probably been working more than the
well, they have.
part-time hours that they were supposed to be,
They have
so
been, because we approved that.
just keep that in mind.
I
Well, we
know-
don't-
I know they have, but those are also things that I'm not discounting. I'm just talking about not, there's no institution, there's no department, there's no process that's gonna be put in place by anybody, public or private, that's gonna hit all of the peaks and all of the valleys
Sure.
throughout the year. So there's
I
gonna be
agree with
time
that.
when there's workload that is too much, there's gonna be time when workload is too little.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
So overall, can the town function and do what it's supposed to do with the staff is there? I am not interested in just placing people in a seat to grow government, to grow expenses,
No.
because we wanna hire somebody to cover somebody on a lunchtime.
Right.
So those kind of discussions don't make sense to me.
I agree with that. I wasn't,
And
there was talk of
well,
we
wait,
needed
but
2
there's
code
also
guys or 1 and a
a lot of
half.
turnover.
Pardon?
There's a lot of turnover that we've had. That creates a need for extra time, because there's learning
Yes.
stuff. But as an institution, there's institutional knowledge that has to happen in a municipality. Because everyone in the town, employee by the town, just sits in a seat, and we move through it. That seat stays there.
Stays there, correct.
So it's not, that's how I'm looking at it. And there are absolute benefits, as many benefits as disadvantages to having a code enforcement officer that is certified or not certified. I just don't know how that fits in this town if they're not certified because of the workload. We're not so huge that we've got, unless we change the entire structure of what it is and possibly make the highway superintendent an appointed position and make that person the director of public works and everything fall under the public works, administrator and everybody else, and no other department heads, that's it. And then you've got the other, I mean, that's just part of where we're gonna, where the conversation can go.
Okay.
Keeping them separate, putting them together, it's gotta be all on the table.
Well, I was looking at, if you take, like, Town of Vessel has 30,000 residents, we have roughly 10,000. They have 2 code officers, but they have someone else, they have different administrators in their office. So my thought is the size of our town, 10, around 10,000, if we had 1 full-time code officer dedicated to doing uniform building code, property maintenance, and zoning violations, that officer, we could handle that, and then you have the clerical staff, and their duties are tied to running the office. And then the code officer is coming in, you know, there's a checks and balance of when this town does not have a good history. And in the past, when code officers are department heads, and we can't even account for when they show up or anything else, and there has been court cases where the code officer and documents haven't been properly done, and not even done by the proper code officer. But it's pretty hard when the code officer is a department head telling you, do what I want you to do. And then trying to break that. And if we only need 1 code officer, then have 1 code officer, and have them dedicated to doing code office work out in the field and doing it. That's just my take.
I don't think the workload's there for just having him just do code enforcement, fire inspections. I mean, there's not that many fire inspections.
So, sorry for interjecting again. Alex gave me a list of other things that we apparently forget about what the code enforcement office was doing, what Gavin was doing before, the MS4 program administration, stormwater management officer, floodplain administration, the community rating system. Presumably this person would be involved in the comp plan update. And then there's the new Climate Smart Communities program obligations that this person would also have. I have no idea how much time any of those things would take, but those are other duties beyond what simply uniform building code, zoning ordinance, fire inspections.
And right
So
now,
just
our
a thing
highway
to think about.
superintendent is doing the stormwater, which needs to eventually get back over to a code officer.
Just put him in charge of it. Department head. He's already doing it.
And then the only other thing I'm going to gently nudge you folks, it's 7:03, you're at 5.5 on the agenda, and we've got a number of resolutions and other
Resolutions, yeah.
discussions to
Okay.
talk about. Obviously prioritize what you want, but
I'm gonna say, as long as the code department is functioning right now, getting the job done, we bring this discussion back later on and get the other work done.
I would agree to that.
Yeah. And I would just say too, that I think it's a full-time position. I think we're very weak in code enforcement. You know, just what I've observed and the feedback that I've got from residents.
What does that mean, weak?
Weak in the sense that, you know, things go on for years without anything being done about them, particularly burned out buildings, garbage being thrown into burned out buildings, and nothing moves forward on it. And it's, you know, in some cases, I've been told it's been upwards of 5 years, and there's just no movement on it. Now, whether or not things have been tried and failed, I don't know that, but it definitely appears that we're a little soft when it comes to enforcement.
Those issues take time. Those
Understood.
issues take a lot of time.
I
To do
completely,
them properly, if you don't do them properly.
and they need to be done properly. I'm 100% on board with it being done properly. But it's my opinion, Gene. It's my opinion and just the feedback that I've gotten from some residents.
So I really, I really thought you were gonna go somewhere else with soft, because, but I agree with you that stuff is important, but it does take, it literally takes time because it's outside of the citation issue.
It is. And
where
where
I
those
had-
particular ones are in the process, I admit I don't know. And I will look into that, because I do have some particular examples that were brought to me, And again, I've told them, I don't know where it is in the process. Perhaps citations have been written. I don't know that. And I don't know where those are in the process, but I will look into that.
The historical practice of the code enforcement in the town has been by reaction to complaints and not code enforcement. So, that's just a fine line for me. I mean, I would much prefer code enforcement that is consistent throughout the town than just responding to a complaint.
Agreed.
But that's, you know, that practice is why I'm saying that there's not the workload in there because the reaction from the department is a complaint-driven issue instead of actual visual code enforcement policy and practice within the department. That would generate more hours of the day type of issue if that happens. But we haven't done it, so I don't see that that's either part of the discussion or it's not.
I think it should be.
Can we agree to put this on a future topic so we can move on with our agenda tonight, or you want to continue where we're at?
I'm fine putting it on an agenda, but is it gonna be next meeting?
Well, let's,
Well, let's move on.
I think
Well,
if we have
no.
time, I
We
think if
could
we have
talk
time at the end, can we keep discussing it and then put it
Yeah,
on
let's see if
future
we have
agenda? If we
time.
don't,
Yeah.
I'd say it'd be on the next agenda, next meeting. That's my personal.
Carry it over from meeting to meeting.
Yep.
carry it over to meeting to meeting.
Yep.
Yep. Check it off like we did the work rules one time, okay? We're
Yep.
gonna move on to community room audio discussion. Me and Miss Renee met with, Andrew. He expressed to me that he feels he's fulfilled his obligation under his contract. He did spend some time with Miss Renee, and I'm going to defer over to her because she knows the technical stuff. And her and,
Oh, my
and,
little show and tell just fell.
uh-oh.
Give me a second. When, ooh. Pardon me, it doesn't like my glasses. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. I had this on for 2 hours, just so y'all know, waiting for this, and now you haven't.
No pressure.
No, not at all. Okay. I'll just do this. When Andrew came by and we were discussing like the audio issues, there's a couple of different things we could do. For the most part, it's quite honestly user education and how your microphone is placed. Y'all have my letter, right, that was in there, and obviously I couldn't make it today. Everything that we put together because it works with the Diligent software. And just to backtrack a little, the planning and zoning board both use Diligent right now. You know, minutes are done, you know, I do those, I do the agenda, I do all of that in Diligent, so we're doing that. With the, audio is kind of an art. Microphone placement, the microphones that y'all are wearing, the polar pattern of those microphones, think of a tie. And if you're wearing a tie, it's only about this wide. That's what that microphone is gonna pick up, and it's right here. So if you turn your head and you're wearing a microphone right here, it's not going to pick up to be streamed. That's part of the limitations of just a lavalier microphone. To pay attention to that, we can always hear Mike, we can mostly hear Nate, and Alex we can hear when he picks up the microphone and does this. That goes out over the stream. To pay attention to that, there's a couple of different things you could do. I picked up one of these. You can wear them over your ear. I don't find them overly comfortable, but there's still something that if the board wants to kind of experiment over what is more comfortable and what the home audience can hear. Because that's the biggest issue that seems to be going on, that the home audience cannot hear for the most part. So I noticed, Gene, when you're talking, like I couldn't hear you in the back of the room with your microphone.
Could not?
I could not. It was really difficult. Yeah, it didn't sound like your microphone was on, quite honestly. So there are a couple of things. We could buy a couple of these. Yeah. We could buy a couple of these. They're over the ear.
It was off, by the way.
Okay.
Oh.
That explains that. That's also why the home audience can't hear. So a couple of different steps is first, remember that there's a polar pattern on the microphones. That if you turn your head and your microphone is right here, it's not going to pick up for the stream to pick up. Because all of this is integrated together. When we decided on Diligent got in the streaming business. And Diligent decided the Boxcast and the audio and everything that we have, Andrew did a really good job. And for what the town paid and what Diligent does with it to get us the streaming capability, to tie it up with our agendas, is pretty spiff. But with that comes a little bit of, here's the limitations with a microphone. It's gonna be Wi-Fi, it's a little wonky. Sometimes you get a lot of people in a room, your Wi-Fi is gonna do weird stuff. So first order of business recommendation is that, pay very close attention to the microphone placement and the polar pattern. That if you've got it, if you're looking straight at somebody, that's easy. If your head's turning and your microphone's right here, it's probably not gonna pick up. If the board wants to go with something like this, like an over-the-ear that you can wear for 2 hours and then get up and it falls off, then that is also an option. If it is more comfortable for people, because notice I can turn all the way around and it's gonna move with me. So that could be a recommendation. We've done, as far as the equipment that we have, that's probably gonna be as good as it gets for what it is that we can do with the Diligent integration and their requirements. They decided what equipment that they were gonna use. So step one would be pay attention to mic placement and when you're talking. Step two might be buy some of these. These I got off of Amazon, they're $40. They have a kind of a short shelf life because, they're thin, they're kind of fragile. So keep that in mind that would probably be something that you've got to buy again. The other side of it is try, if it is easier. Try just like Alex does. He sets the microphone down and then just picks it up. And it's right there, so you've got it, just pretend like it's karaoke or something. But that's where we are with the audio. If there's any questions that y'all have.
Well, one of the things too, that when you and me and Andrew and I didn't know I did it, apparently I turn when I talk to you guys. I'm actually turning. I'm not just doing this. I'm turning. I didn't know I did that. He said that was helpful. So if you, Gene, I think what happens is you're sitting where you're sitting. When you turn to say something to David, any normal person is just gonna turn their head and talk to David. The problem is with them, we can't hear you at all. Because once you turn your head, your tie is over here. So, right, am I explaining that? Because I
Yes.
didn't realize that until Andrew said that to me.
Yes, just because of the nature of those microphones, that's what they're gonna pick up is right what's in front.
Any questions?
That seems like a money issue to me. I mean, the quality of the microphone and the area that it picks up. If we had better microphones to clip on, that would solve that.
It depends on the type of microphones. The lavalier microphones are usually gonna have the polar pattern right in front, because that's what it's there for. They have omnidirectional microphones that will pick up alongside. When I do the recording for the zoning and planning board, I use my boundary mics of my own stuff. because I want them to pick up more
You
stuff.
use your own stuff for planning and ZBA, not our stuff.
For recording, yes. Because it's good.
Works?
It's good, yeah. But it does depend, you know, said it's a lavalier mic. It's going to most likely be right in front. If you can, we can look for omnidirectional mics to see if that will help a little bit. But those are pretty much the way microphones go.
Okay.
So I have a client who I was attending meetings remotely pretty regularly, I still do, and they had an audio upgrade as well, and I was like, I cannot hear you folks, and they got their IT person in, and now they've got an omnidirectional mic hanging from the ceiling.
And that is,
Picks up everything.
we talked about that, whether or not you have boom mics, whether or not you have boundary mics, whether or not you have overhead mics. When it's going out streaming wise, for the home audience, thing you have to be aware of is overlap and feedback, especially when it comes to a boundary mic or a boom mic coming from the ceiling. If you're just talking about what we can hear and hear, then it's no problem. The art comes in when you have to integrate all of this stuff to go out, because Boxcast takes all of that, pushes it out, Diligent takes it, pushes it out to YouTube. So there's a couple of different boxes that it goes through, and the audio and video are both all being pushed through that. So if we got, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, if we got a ceiling mic or a boom mic or something like that, then we're gonna have to worry about how do we get feedback, and we gotta make sure, and whether or not that configuration currently would even allow that, because I asked Andrew if we had any extra slots in there, and he said, like, there was one, but it's a Phoenix connector and all of that, so. But if that's something that the board wants to do, then that would be an additional, a very different configuration, and we would still have to make sure it would work with Diligent, because they did all of the integration work to make all of this stuff kind of talk together.
So we're not gonna know without trial and error to buy a piece of equipment and see if it works or not, or?
Right now, for the, specifically, the problem was audio at home. So if it's audio at home, everything, when I did a test with this mic, you know, and even Darren said that he could hear it on his phone just fine. His computer, not so much. So if that holds across the board where people can go, like, I watch this at home, I can watch it on my TV and the volume's fine. I listen to it on my phone, the volume's fine. A lot of it is microphone placement for you gentlemen. Like, and it is, so if you can hear through this, that makes it easier for the Diligent to do its thing and Boxcast to do its thing. Because a lot of it, it's volume and gain, and managing feedback and managing Wi-Fi. So it is step one, I would say, microphone, just like, 'cause we can always hear Mike. And most people, you know, don't have a problem with hearing Mike, hearing Alex when he picks up the microphone and uses it like that. The microphone placement that Andrew said,
One chin with your head up,
Yep.
or one fist with your chin up, yeah, not down. Because you don't talk like this, you talk like this, is what he told me.
so I would say most likely the next couple of weeks, or the next week, really pay attention to mic placement and how you're talking. And if it still does not work and we have exhausted the audio, what we can do, then the next step would be, what is it we're missing? I can get with Diligent to say, is there any other software that y'all use for streaming that would work? And go from there. But I would say first order business, mic placement.
I wasn't kidding when I said, too bad I can't see a meter on the wall. And I can tell right directly if they can hear me or not. But that's not possible?
Not for the home audience, no. There are meters, like I can go over to the gain and I can see the signal strength basically
Or a light or something?
of
or-
who's talking on that box, but somebody would have to watch there and you can see the little things move when somebody is talking. But as far as a placement of, can I see what goes out over stream and what the decibel is right now? there's no box that allows me to do that. Like my own equipment, since I do podcast stuff, my own stuff, I can see. I gauge the levels. I have a soundboard.
Right.
We don't have a soundboard here.
Because I think all of us think that we're plenty loud when we're talking to ourselves, and we're surprised that people can't hear us. Because I
And
don't know if it ever will work with me, because maybe I got a long chin, and my voice comes so far away from this microphone down
Yeah.
there. I can have it right in a perfect spot, and it's never gonna work for me.
Right. And that, one of these might work. I don't find
Right.
them all that comfortable. But the other thing you might try is what Alex does, is picking up the microphone and just talking into it. And I think, Adam, you were doing that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because my wife is always telling me to tone it down. And I'm surprised that people can't hear me talk. Just,
Understand.
Dave, I can hear you.
I can hear you good right now, but
Okay, any questions?
I will endeavor to keep mine on.
What's that? What did he say? I couldn't hear.
Why couldn't you hear me? You got it on. Come on.
All right.
Now I just think you're picking on me.
Oh, no.
so,
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Renee.
so we're,
Renee, appreciate it. Okay?
we're gonna try this for a while. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah,
to do it,
yeah.
okay.
Or we gotta do something different. All right, we're gonna move on. 7.2, main dog control. Mr. Nate, you got that?
Yep, you'll see the draft there in the agenda. There's a resolution later on for the town board to approve it. Any questions?
I have none.
None.
I have
None. All right, we're gonna move on to 7.3, tax attorney.
Yep, so I, after the last meeting, reached out to 3 law firms. It was Bonshanek and King, Whiteman, Osterman and Hanna, and Coughlin and Gerhart. Bonshanek and King, Coughlin and Gerhart never responded to me, unfortunately. I did have a good conversation with Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna, the individual who indicated in that engagement letter, Dylan Harris. Younger guy, I think he's been practicing maybe as long as I have. He does almost entirely tax certiorari cases. I discussed with him just like his approach to handling those types of matters. He seems very competent and capable to myself. I can tell you that he is the attorney who's also representing the many municipalities along the Millennium Pipeline route. Millennium Pipeline has been filing tax cert cases in a number of municipalities, not you folks, but others, and he's representing those municipalities, to my knowledge, in those things. So he's a very well-qualified person. He actually also is very familiar with the attorney representing Tractor Supply in this case. He knows this person. He's been opposite them on a number of other box store, retail store type cases. He's like, oh yeah, they claim 90%. That's just what they do. Like, he knows the approach that they take and how to handle them. And I think he would do a good job, at least based on my conversations. If you'd like me to push Coughlin and Gerhart or Bonshanek and King to provide proposals, have some actual conversations with them, I could also try to find some other firms if you want me to do that as well.
Thoughts?
Is there an expectation of what the total cost budget is that we have to allocate it somewhere, and we're gonna have to do a line item adjustment because it's not in the budget?
Well, this would be outside services for the legal budget. So there's a retainer amount that's in there, and then also additional contract services. So there are monies. Well, actually, we might be over on that
We're
line
over
item
already
right now,
with
but I'd have
the one for Nate,
yeah,
Nadine Bell.
yeah, and then also the investigation that was done earlier this year.
Correct.
But I don't remember. I think I'll have to talk with Lori
Joe.
tomorrow
Yep.
about whether there was another line item. But this won't be resolved just this year. I expect it'll be this year and then also next calendar year.
I know, but I'm looking for
A budget.
a budget number.
Yeah, unable to say right now because without knowing
Could be
their, I'll say the discovery, you're not entitled to discovery, but eventually you will get basically their income and expenses. So this is an income-driven analysis, and without knowing what they make and what their records show, and then being able to do that analysis on that, and then from there understanding, okay, are they completely off base, or in fact are they right, or are we all, like how much there is there?
So we'd have to
Like we
pay
could,
for the mediator too, right? There'd
well,
be-
yeah, there won't be a mediator, but it'll be the attorney's fees, and then if the attorney determines that yes, in fact, we need an appraisal, then it's hiring an appraiser. And then it's, we can give you a budget for each stage and say it could be this much up to this point, but we can't guarantee that it's gonna be resolved at that point. It might end up going to the next stages. I can certainly ask for, an estimate of those types of costs from this gentleman and others if you want me to try to get that information.
I don't have any problem with the research and the recommendation that you're making for this firm. The question I've got about going back out to the other two firms or anybody else is, where are we on timeline with having to have somebody on board to get into this?
Yeah, so there's, by statute, no obligation for a municipality to answer a tax certiorari claim. Just by default, it is deemed denied. And so we could just let it sit. And I have seen that happen where a municipality just doesn't even respond, and it waits until the property owner basically says, okay, we're ready to, actually move forward with litigation on it. And some property owners let this sit for several years. And the tactic of the attorneys representing those property owners is, don't resolve it so fast, because they're usually a contingency fee, and they actually make more money by letting several years of tax cert cases pile up. This gentleman's approach and my own approach is, we shouldn't let that happen. Move on it more quickly.
Right.
So whoever you end up retaining for this, I would say to that person, let's put the notice of appearance in, let's move this forward. Don't let this sit. Try to get this resolved within, certainly before the next assessment, property assessment date, or the valuation date, because we don't want to have the exposure, because otherwise you folks will need to reserve monies to cover tax cert refunds for each year that this goes on. And, these folks are claiming 90%. I don't think they're gonna get 90%, but I don't know how much to budget for that at this point. So conservatively, you should budget 90% of the taxes that you would be collecting from them in a reserve fund. And I don't wanna do that to you for multiple years in a row.
So I wanna make sure I understand what you're saying. The taxes need to be paid,
They're supposed to.
and then through this process, if there's a reduction in the taxes,
Got a
then
reimbursement.
it's a reimbursement issue.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
But to go to your initial question though, no obligation to respond, so we have
Yep.
as much time as we need before the property owner moves it along. But I would prefer to get a response in and the process actually moving along sooner than later. But you do have time.
In Dylan's experience, have these guys
Right.
let it sit? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying move forward with it.
We-
Don't-
No,
We
he
should move forward
is.
with it.
I'm just asking if in this particular case, if the plaintiff here
Oh.
has a propensity to let it sit, and he's saying yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Correct.
So you-
I would just wanna see some kind of budget timeline kinda issue, but I don't have any problem with this firm.
I don't either.
So for the next meeting, I could put a resolution together authorizing the engagement, and then also ask Dylan to just give a, estimated timeline, budget,
Yep.
for stages of the litigation as it progresses.
Yeah, he must have some experience with it,
Yeah.
of what was,
Yeah.
so.
Okay?
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, we're gonna move on. Assessor reappointment, everyone see the letter from Miss Catherine? She's got her letter in here expressing to be reappointed, town clerk. That has to be in September. The county pushes them to get that done. I wanna know if,
I have no questions or issues with it.
pardon?
I have no questions or issues with it.
then are we in agreement to have Nate put a resolution together to hire her at the next meeting?
I'm in favor.
Do we have to talk monetary? Like how much, is she staying the same amount?
Yes, she's
Is
staying the same amount,
Okay.
yes.
She said, she didn't say that in her letter.
I'll confirm that, but when I spoke to her, she said that, and I will confirm that.
I have no problem doing a resolution.
I had the same thought, Kevin, about it, but it's like it's an annual thing and putting in writing for, I thought it was a 5-year appointment. or
Oh, this
7-year.
is the 5-year?
5 or 7 years?
6.
6 years.
Thank you.
6 years.
So it didn't surprise me that there wasn't a dollar amount in here because
Okay.
it was multi-year. But if it needs to be in there, then it should, but I don't.
You gonna be
That's
in
fine.
tomorrow?
Yeah, so,
You all right with him writing a resolution for the next meeting?
Yes.
We'll fill in the
Yes.
blanks? Okay,
Yes.
we're gonna move on to budget discussion. You saw the letter from Lori giving you the timeline?
I just had that up, open.
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
I didn't hear you,
Yes.
Gene?
I saw the letter, yes.
Okay. She'll have more, that's the schedule. We're getting everything tallied. Pardon?
I just cleared my throat.
Okay,
Mike, I would not suggesting you guys have the discussion tonight, but on a future topics, maybe adding special meetings for budget discussion to flush this out.
yeah. Okay. Can we move on, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes.
7.6, the RFP for vendor, the annual procurement threshold and professional services. Oh, I gotta get on that. There was no, what's the timeline?
I think you were going to have Lori and Greg get together to talk about which
Yes.
areas you need to have RFPs or bids for, competitive
Yep.
bid notices out.
Well, she listed some of them there.
Oh, they must be on the private side then.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the ones that are there are the attorney,
Yep.
diligent, it really isn't, I don't think that that's an RFP issue because that's a standard, it's a contract. So how does that fall into an RFP?
Well, I thought you wanted repeat contracts, did you not?
Well,
For,
No, so what Gene was pointing out is that the town is required to competitively bid procurements of goods and services when they exceed $20,000 in the aggregate in a calendar or in a fiscal year. And so there have been some occasions in the past where a vendor is used at multiple points throughout the year. Each individual issue is below, but cumulatively, we know we're gonna need call-outs for pump stations in
Yeah.
the middle of the night, let's say. And so we should be identifying that and procuring those things. Separately, you also have just professional services, like attorneys, engineers. You could procure or do an RFP for insurance, those types of things. So I'm not seeing that list until very briefly. I would probably agree with Gene that some of these things aren't the types of things that you actually need to go out for. I could connect with Lori and Greg on this list tomorrow if you want me to.
I think so, yes.
okay. You guys in agreement with that?
Yes.
Yes.
That was a good one, Jay. All right, we're gonna move on to 7.7, security discussion. I had a meeting, you guys see the letter, I had Jody come in. She wrote down what we talked about. I reached out to Mr. Fetish, Judge Fetish, and Greg Burden. This is what we sat around thinking about, what we should do with the key fobs. This is what our recommendation is all, what we come up with. So we can add, subtract, it's just something to think about possibly for a future topic.
The only thing I see missing
I know, I was
Under the
looking,
supervisor,
pardon?
under the supervisor, that was gonna be the same as every other department.
Yes.
You were just gonna have access to your,
Yeah, as administrative, like the judge. Yep, correct.
this is not my.
Thank you.
Can you explain it, because I didn't understand, I was reading with, able to view all the cameras except interior courtroom.
I can't
Oh.
hear you.
But what is it that you guys were just talking about?
When we discussed this, every TV screen would be limited to certain views. It doesn't state that for the supervisor. That's what I'm, he was to be able to visually see it on his computer only, all of you. The TV screen would have limited, like every other department. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Was there a coordination between this issue and the secure vestibule project? Because I think that it's important to understand
It is.
what's gonna happen when that secure vestibule project is complete.
Agreed.
And what the security is gonna be for the whole facility. To tie this into there, because one thing that I know that a lot of people don't understand is that with the more security you have, it is inversely proportional to convenience.
Absolutely.
So, and those processes really, when they have workarounds or when the processes aren't followed, there's vulnerabilities that come in from use because of that inconvenience issue that I really think that we need to make sure is educated throughout everything. And once there's decisions made by the board or the departments, that those are the policies.
Well, and after the discussion with the board, when I changed the fob's access so not everyone could have access to everyone's office, the board had that discussion. I told you that I had talked with Greg and the judge, so we went back and brainstormed what we thought was best for right now to have security and also confidentiality in departments, because how do you hold people accountable in their office if people can just walk into where their computers are and their documents? So there was no need. The three of us sat and talked about it, and we didn't feel there was a need for everybody in this building to be able to have access to every single office in this facility. Because how do you hold anyone accountable for anything? So that's why I got with the,
Can we share that list with?
Pardon?
Can we share this discussion with the AE firm that's doing the design for?
Absolutely,
So that they can incorporate those
absolutely.
into
Yeah.
that?
We were just trying to do something short-term to try to mitigate some of the issues that have been going on.
And I know we're talking about a secure vestibule, just that issue, but I don't wanna overlook it.
Yep,
So-
no,
Okay.
absolutely, share it with them.
Okay.
We were trying to just be a little proactive here with what we could use, the tools that we have available.
Okay, I appreciate the information.
Okay. David?
So are these recommendations?
There
or-
are
okay.
recommendations that we would like to do, yes.
And are you saying that we should hold off until we get the new thing built?
No,
No.
no,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay, okay.
I just don't wanna have information that gets something that we can take care of in the secure vestibule in the design phase, and then have to go back and upgrade it or redo work.
No, everything we have, we'll share. Can you guys hear me? It's sounded different.
I would
Would
tell
the
you
board
if I could
agree
not
to,
hear you.
is the board okay with Mr. Burden implementing this recommendation, or do you want to change it? Leave everything the way it is right now?
Mike, I believe Darren has something to add to the conversation.
Yes. I didn't see your hand.
No, you're good. As part of this, like you said, for accountability, on my side, in my office, I don't feel the need, it's my recommendation, that the supervisor or Greg should have access to my office for accountability reasons, if we're talking accountability. That's just my recommendation, and also making a recommendation that if we're fobbing everything, we should fob get into those offices from the highway side.
Fob the outside doors you're talking.
Nope.
And the inside doors.
office.
Yeah, I'm fine with
So
that.
if that's a recommendation, but
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer that if we're gonna do accountability, that I should be, nobody should have access to my office as well.
Well, the janitor will.
And Tracy, if we need, or whoever needs to
Yeah.
clean it, just so we can keep it.
Right.
clean. Just a recommendation if we're looking at accountability. And the other one is, I just have a quick question, because it does state in here, you guys talked about, all doors being, interior doors being locked except for two. So does that mean now that this door is completely locked going from
Which-
here into the office?
Which door are you talking about?
This
It
hallway
is
door
now.
And then the one going upstairs to your office?
No, the stairwell is not being locked. And this,
That's fine, I'm just asking, because right now it says all interior doors are going to be locked at this point. But your recommendation, from what you guys have written here, other than clerk's office door, where they do business, and the water department office?
right, because they're open to the public.
Correct. So I was
Yeah.
just asking because I'm curious. 'cause
No, the
when we get
stairwell is
upstairs
not,
to
we
do business,
discussed that. The stairwell is not locked. This door has been locked because we had public coming in through here and no one ever knew anyone was even in here.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking the question, because when we have to do business.
He's pointing out that the memo you have.
Yeah, you're,
doesn't
and
mention-
Darren, you're pointing out that obviously in the recommendation says all interior. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
we'll
Ju-
clarify
Just
that.
clarification to
I'm
that.
not saying it's right or wrong.
Yeah, I got it.
No, good point.
It-
Where?
Right here, this paragraph.
Okay, those Jody's notes, okay.
Yeah. so-
Yep, good point.
It's the first thing I just saw.
But just like the clerk's office, the clerk's office is locked. I have a general key, so does Mr. Burden. There's cameras, so if I went in there, you're not limiting, you were very limited who can have access or not. I have no problem not having keys to any of it. And I believe that we should eventually, when we get to vestibule or their advice, everyone should have their badges with the fobs. I mean, I just think that's something we can do, but the doors and having access where people are just from one department going into other departments, it's gotta stop. I've never seen nothing like it in my professional career that goes on in this building. And I'm trying to eliminate it.
For the formality of it, I'd like to see this developed into a policy format. So that's really specific, and there's topics in here that are things that you discussed, but not really,
Right.
not really like a recommendation or a complete action.
Right.
So in general, I don't have a problem with doing that, but just.
What would you like us to proceed? This
Yeah,
was
go
in
ahead-
response to the last
Go ahead and implement
meeting.
it, but I'd like to have an actual formal policy
Okay.
for the camera key, door, badge locations and access, you
Who
know.
would you like to have on that committee?
I-
To come up with the policy?
I think that the three of you that went through this could develop the policy.
Like I said,
Yeah,
this was a
that's good.
response to the
Yeah.
last meeting. I tried to
Yeah.
get something together with Mr. Burden and Mr. Fettish's help.
Right.
Mike,
But-
I think it'll be mainly just taking this security discussion memo and making it nice.
Okay. If that's what the board wants us to do, we will.
Well, I think it's important just for the historical information and the town policy that going forward,
Okay.
these doors are
And
locked.
to
these
incorporate
ones are
Darren's
open.
changes as well.
Yeah.
I didn't want to waste a lot of Mr. Burden's time or the judges. I wanted to respond to you guys. And if that's what you want us to do, we'll move forward.
Yeah,
Okay.
Could
Thank
this
you.
be our first policy in diligent?
could be. Could be.
Well, I didn't hear someone said
Joy.
something.
Joy.
Will that incorporate those changes that I requested or no?
Yes. That's exactly what they were discussing. I don't think anyone had a problem with the changes that you discussed.
The only one I have is what are we gonna do with the cloud? Are we gonna look into that or?
Yeah.
does it cost anything? But I don't,
See,
and-
Mr. Burden can help me here, the fobs, like your doors interior, I absolutely think that's.
We got 14 minutes.
And if we ever go to the badges, I think Mr. Burden said that the badges could actually, we wouldn't have to, they would activate with our fob system, correct? If we go, we go to that.
So to clarify that, Darren, they're gonna update this memo to include it into a policy
from
And I
this
suspect
discussion.
that yours will be in there as well. I
Absolutely.
don't think
I have
anyone
no
had an
issue with it.
objection to that.
You know, I'm just curious.
Yes.
Bob's going forward, like, are we
Yes.
going to go into that routine?
Yes.
I don't know if we can get them on that.
Oh, why can't
Oh.
we get them on there?
Well,
Is there some,
let's run that down.
Yeah,
We're
Because
running
of
out
law?
of time.
Okay, we got 13 minutes.
all right,
they can check that.
we'll work all that in. All right. Attorney report.
You'll see it. And then I've got one other item that came in after the report was done. I had sent a letter to the contractor with whom there are problems on the wastewater treatment plant project, asking that they affirmatively waive any perceived or potential conflicts because of my time at Coughlin and Gerhart. They've responded and said that they would do that if the town of Shenango allows Alan Pope, who is an attorney with Coughlin and Gerhart, to represent them against the town of Shenango. So, I'm not sure if you guys want to have a discussion about that in private, or if you're just okay with that. You might have some questions. We probably don't have enough time right now to have that discussion, but certainly it's a thing that is there. That's what they've said.
I think I'd like to have the discussion.
Yeah, well, I'm not inclined to want the waiver.
Inclined to want to waive.
I'm,
To waive?
yeah,
Yeah, no.
I'm not inclined either.
Yeah, and if that's the case, that's fine. I will not be able to, I think, then just to keep it all as squeaky clean as possible, be involved in that particular issue, which,
Sewer project.
yeah, well, regarding that contractor.
Just that part.
That
of it.
contract.
Correct.
I understand, but we haven't done the waiver on any other issue.
Okay. David,
That gets complicated to me.
are you in agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
So, run that by me real quick, what you just said. You're not gonna recuse yourself, or?
He is.
Yeah, so in the review of the potential issues, to make sure that the town doesn't ever run into any problems, identifying this as a potential issue and saying, hey, will you waive that? And they have said they would if the town also waives it, so that they can be represented by Alan Pope with Coughlin and Gerhart.
Okay.
And what I'm getting from, I think, a majority of the board is, no, we're not, you folks are not inclined to do that, which is fine.
We want the contractor to get a different attorney than Coughlin and Gerhart.
Okay.
No, I wanna make, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm not, I don't want to pursue, or I don't wanna agree to the waiver, because we haven't done it in the past, and I don't wanna just flip-flop on issue to issue to issue. It's more important to me that I have the position that we have not done the waivers in the past, and I don't wanna do it on this issue. It is not an issue with Coughlin and Gerhart or the attorney or who represents that contract.
Oh, okay.
That's clear to me.
Okay.
So Nate, what does that mean?
Well, it means I won't be involved in the.
But what does that mean for them?
That means they
That
will be-
Coughlin will represent them?
No, Coughlin won't.
That's what I thought.
Right.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay.
See, where that was going was that Coughlin couldn't represent them unless we provided the waiver.
Waiver. And Gene's point is the
We
board has
don't
never
provide
done.
waivers,
and I-
period,
I
and that's
agree
the
with
end
that.
of the discussion.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Nate?
No. No.
Pardon? Oh, I didn't hear you. Supervisor's report, I don't have anything other than Lori had sent an email to the board talking about, the licensed CPA to help on a couple items that we didn't encounter last year. And also she wanted me to point out to the attorney, there's a bill for Nadine Bell's law firm. We didn't put enough money in there. There's gonna be budget adjustments from here on out quite a bit, because we cut everything as much as we could last year, and a lot of line items are running out of money. And one of them will be the attorneys for out of scope and conflicts of interest. So just to give you a heads up. So we gotta try to address some of that maybe at the next meeting.
Mike, if you're gonna mention emails that are going back and forth in your supervisor's report, you really need to make sure that those documents are,
Available.
but they're on the agenda and they're available for the public.
Well, okay, she sent this out apparently today to you guys and to me, so I made a copy because I wanted to at least reference it, and I got a copy here in case the public needed to see it. But I understand your point. Jody had already left.
Okay, just because it's,
Because I think,
those,
okay?
those ad hoc conversations kind of draw back into
All right, future
the public perception of emails going back and forth
Yep.
that nobody sees.
But
and-
that's why I brought them, that's why I have a copy here for anyone to see.
Okay,
Okay?
yep.
All right, resolutions, Mr. Nate,
Yes, 9.1, approving abstract number 16.
so moved.
Second.
Discussion,
None.
None.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Lumsden?
Aye.
Resolution 9.2, this is approving the seeker resolution for the Water District Improvement Project. You'll note that Part 1 was completed and signed. Part 2 was completed with recommendations from Leesen's firm, which we went over earlier. Part 3, which was also discussed earlier, is the indications as to why anything that was identified as potentially moderate to large will not in fact have potentially moderate to large impacts. Any questions about that, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, because the parts 2 and part 3 have already been completed and we've gone over those things, I don't believe that we need to go through them specifically right now. You're basically, by adopting this resolution, adopting the recommendations as presented by the engineers.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion,
I don't think it's appropriate that we don't go through this line item by line item. The recommendations from the engineers are not what the board, just, you know, it's the board who is signing off on this.
okay?
So if the board's inclined, we can walk through that right
You
now.
wanna do it right now?
I'm just telling you my opinion. You
No,
guys- you guys can
it's a
accept
valid
it,
point, that's why
but-
we had the discussion. Gentlemen,
We do it in 5 minutes?
do it in 5 minutes?
Well, so you can, if you all open up the FEAF Part 2, you will see it starts with question 1, impact on land, which was identified as potential yes to proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site.
Yep.
You'll then see sub-questions A through G with the recommendations from the engineers as to each of the answers as
No
to
small impact.
as to note a small impact or moderate to large. If you then cross-reference that with the attachment identified as FEAF Part 3 supporting info, you will find on page 4 of that the specific narrative description as to why all of those answers were indicated in the way they were for each of those questions. Do you have any questions or concerns about any of those subpart questions and the responses and potential environmental impacts relating to them?
For this one, I don't.
Page 4, no.
What, you're talking on page 1, right? 1?
No?
Question 1 on FEAF Part 2,
Yep.
page 4 of
Page-
the FEAF Part 3 supporting information. Question 2, impact on geological features. That was answered as a no. You will find the specific statement narrative regarding that on page 5 of FEAF Part 3 supporting information. Any questions or concerns about that one?
I have none.
No.
None.
Part 3, impacts on surface water. You'll see there were no moderate to large impacts potentially identified. There were some small impacts identified. You'll see starting on page 5, narrative discussion as to the identified small impacts and why they believe there will not be major ones.
Nope.
Any questions or concerns?
Nope.
None.
None.
Gene?
None. None.
Yep. Question 4, impact on groundwater. Again, you'll note identified potential impacts, one specifically moderate to large. On page 6 of the narrative, you will note the description as to why this will potentially not have moderate to large impacts. I guess I might ask Leeson to maybe
Explain that.
explain on this one a little bit further.
B seems to be a question that I don't understand the no or small.
Yeah, it looks like possibly oh, I'm sorry, you're saying the
Bravo?
So we do not intend for it to cause any issues to the existing aquifer. The numbers that preliminary groundwater sampling, and identify that as an appropriate source, which is why we do not anticipate any issues with the aquifer.
And then in addition, am I right to assume with the Susquehanna River Basin Commission oversight of new groundwater usage, that they will not even permit necessarily something that would cause depletion?
Yes, so that will all happen in that preliminary native support.
And would that be the narrative support for both 4A and 4B?
So 4A, we are saying, yes, because we are requiring a new water supply.
But you do have that marked as moderate to large impacts may occur, so simply having a new water supply doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a moderate to large impact, it just means there could be. So why do you think there will not in fact be a moderate to large impact as a result of a new water supply or well?
I'm sorry, are we saying yes, it is going to have a moderate to, are you talking about 4A?
Yeah, 4A,
Yeah, so we have that listed as moderate to large impact may occur.
right.
Due to the fact that we are creating additional demand and supply with a
Yep.
potential new groundwater.
And I would agree that moderate to large impacts may occur. So then in part 3, the narrative support should be an explanation as to why in fact there will not be a moderate to large impact
For item B,
for 4A.
for 4A. Okay.
Because if we end up with a moderate to large impact, which we don't believe we can mitigate, then we should probably scope it.
I think like you noted, Nate, the SRBC is gonna police A and B together, same fashion.
And that would be my understanding as well, but that's just where I want to confirm that's the analysis. I'm just a lawyer. Is that, I mean, Leeson, do you agree with what Alex said about the SRBC?
For item B, I guess I'm not as forward for 4A.
You say that we have to go into a full EIS.
Okay. So I will have to
Has to be
check
mitigated
that
out,
with.
has to be mitigated out in some fashion. It's not moderate to large.
Okay.
SRBC is gonna make sure that we're not overdoing it.
I see what you're saying. So there should be revised the same, no or small impact.
We're just acknowledging.
Yeah, you just acknowledge it in part 3, that SRBC will not be authorizing us to overly burden the groundwater existing water supply wells in such a fashion that we in fact negatively impact, in this case positively impact, just the phrasing is goofy, but the environment. Does the board follow that discussion?
I do as it relates to A, but I also, I have a question on E, how we know that that's a no right now, or small impact.
My understanding from what Leeson said earlier is that the groundwater testing itself at the time of the design phase will identify whether there are any potential contaminants within the ground, and if so, we will not move forward. The ultimate final design will not include water wells within those areas.
That's correct. The preliminary design will include using test pits, pilot holes and whatnot to confirm the water quality there.
So the action that may result in the construction, there's no way moving forward in the future that at any point, because this is a no or a small impact, the well can be put into a location with a contamination area. It's gotta be completely and wholly
The goal
out.
is, correct, yep, the goal
Okay.
is to be able to take those ones that you have contaminants completely offline and pull them out that we do not have for that treatment.
Okay. When we don't know where those locations are now, it seems hard not to acknowledge it at this point. So,
Yeah, I think, Leeson, correct me if I'm wrong, right? It's like, here are the areas within the town where we anticipate drilling new wells, but they will all be tested. If they come up positive for contamination, they will not be used for wells.
We test for drawdown as well, doesn't need to test.
Right.
okay.
So that echoing something said earlier, there might come a point where we have to amend the plan, map, and report to show additional new areas and conduct a supplementary environmental review at that time of those additional areas being considered.
Okay. I'm all set.
Question 5, impact on flooding. You'll see that was also marked yes. The answers were indicated as no or small impacts. Several small impacts were identified. On page 6 of the part 3 supporting information, you'll see the narratives there.
I'm okay with that. It's no or small on that one, right?
Yeah,
Which page you on?
It's
Seven.
question 5,
Yep.
and then pages 6 and then 7
7.
with the narratives for
Yep.
that.
With the way that these are answered, if there's a structure, the well house or well, a tank or anything tanks are very unlikely to be in the issue with the floodplains, but if it can be flood-proofed or built to flood standards, that would comply with a no, even if it's in the floodplain, right? Or is this saying that there's no permanent structures that will go into the floodplain?
I believe it's saying what you mentioned first. If
Okay.
they are installed in floodplains, there will be measures taken to protect the floodplain.
Okay,
Or existing, like the Northgate well, there are usually have flood certain kinds of
okay. I'm all set.
Everyone else okay?
Yep.
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 Okay. Question 6, impacts on air. You'll see they answered that as a no. Page 8 at the top has the narrative for that. Any issues?
I have none.
Maybe we
None.
can
None.
change this.
So,
Okay.
question 7, there was a yes there. You'll see everything was answered as no or small impacts, and I'll point you back to page 8 and a portion of page 9 for the narrative.
Have impact on housing.
I have no issues.
None.
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 Dave, you're all right?
I am fine.
Question 8, also answered a yes. There is notably a moderate to large impact identified, along with some small impacts. That starts on middle of page 9 and extends into page 10
Yep.
for the narrative.
Proposed action. Answer A, H. The answer is no, so you have to go to 18? Am I reading that right? you said the answer was, the summary was this, right?
No, you're sorry.
I thought you said,
Yeah, the FEAF narrative. So you should have two tabs open. Yeah.
yep, sorry. So I've been following you here.
Yeah, you're jumping around.
Yep.
Let me browse for a second. Where
Right.
Yep.
So this is prime farm soils, basically is the one that we're in areas of those, but typically our main lines are in
Well, why
roadways,
wasn't
road
I-
shoulders, not
I
farms.
can't do it.
Now you're.
And then the well locations are already existing, or Hyder Park, which is parkland, not farmland.
Keep going. I gotta open both.
Yep.
I had the one I was following you.
So that they're right next to each other now.
Yep. Thank you.
Any questions, concerns about part 8? Or question 8, I mean?
No.
No.
None? No. Okay. Question 9, there was a yes there. Everything was identified as no or small impacts, and the narrative begins on page 10 and continues on to page 11.
And what was the basis for the yes?
This has to do with the new well house that was installed for the new well. Stated that that's the only new structure that will be installed, and it will be calculated to match surrounding infrastructure, and properties. And then I believe this one also touches on, just the fact that there will be construction going on these travel roads, but that would just be during the construction activity duration.
Reason that's the well at Hyder Park.
Correct, yeah.
The other thing to remember too is the question is 10, the proposed action, which is all of the projects, may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource. You're touching 3/4 of the town.
We're on 9.
Oh, 9. Oof.
That,
Where am I looking at?
that, no, but that, I just don't, I'm not seeing from an aesthetic resource how this project is a yes. So,
So, it's, yeah, I mean, for C, it would be, the fact that there will be construction vehicles out on the road, or street installation.
I think what Gene is pointing out is that there's no scenic or aesthetic resources probably identified in the town.
yeah.
And so then the answer would just be no
no.
to number 9, and we wouldn't go through the subparagraphs.
Does anybody see that differently?
No.
No, not really, but, you know, when I look at some of the definitions,
Yeah.
I mean, screen foliage, I guess a well house could potentially have that, but, yeah, I would agree with you, Gene,
And I only go down to the sub ones if I get a yes, but the land use of the proposed action, we're not changing any land uses.
no,
It's not in sharp contrast to or contradiction to the, you know, between what it is now and afterwards. I would,
You would
Change
modify
it.
that to be a no.
No.
I would change that 9 to no.
Okay. Alex, you're keeping track of all this, right? Fantastic. Question 10, impact on historic and archaeological resources. I jumped the gun on this one, so it's a yes because it touches 3/4 of the
Yep.
town.
Yep.
And then you'll see small impacts identified. The narrative begins on page 11 of the part 3 supporting information and slightly jumps into page 12. Any questions, concerns?
I have none.
No.
none.
Page 11, question 11, impact on open space and recreation. There was one small impact identified. You'll see the narrative on page 12.
that's the well house.
That's Tiger Park, yeah.
Got it. I'm all set.
Good,
Yep.
Okay.
good.
Question 12, impact on critical environmental areas. That was answered a no, likely because there are no critical environmental areas identified within the town.
Good with that.
Question 13, impact on transportation. You'll note there was a yes. There was one small impact identified.
I would normally have steered you towards a no. I think the answer on this one is a result of just construction timeframe.
Not because of the end result, yeah.
But if it's a no, you don't have to go to those.
Right.
And I don't see where the proposed action is gonna result in a change to the existing transportation systems.
No.
Our response was just during the construction period, there could be temporary changes in traffic patterns.
But that's not long-lasting, correct?
But it's also not a traffic system. The traffic itself is not a system.
Yeah, you're upsetting the traffic flow, but not the,
So theoretically, there might be a temporary detour set up so that, you know, if a road is shut down entirely, you gotta reroute the traffic around something. That's,
Is that in the narrative?
well, I don't know. And then I'm not sure if Darren would ever let a road get shut down like that anyway.
Yeah, the write-up is temporary impacts to vehicular and pedestrian traffic deferred during construction. No permanent impacts.
no permanent impacts.
Does the board feel that this should be just answered no at the top?
I think it can be a no.
Does the rest of the board agree with that?
On what page is the narrative?
It's on, yep.
Page 12, page 12, page 12. Proposed engineering, may alter the permit pattern.
Whatever. County Highway Department, DOT prior to construction for work. No permanent, the key word is permanent, isn't it? No permanent impact.
Well, the impact on transportation question says may result in a change to existing transportation systems. So I believe Leeson was reviewing that and going cautiously, which is
Understandable.
change, doesn't
Right.
mention temporary or permanent. It's more environmentally, it's conservative to consider the maximalist potential impacts. And even if you consider that, she still concluded no or small impacts to it because of the ultimately temporary nature
It's
of it.
just a temporary impact to movement of people and goods.
It's okay to leave it yes, it's small.
Cause it's small, yep.
I'm good with it.
I'm good. Gene, David, Kevin?
It's a tie.
No.
Either yes or no.
It's more conservative to leave it a yes.
Yeah.
So it's fine, I just,
Fine.
Yep.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Impact on energy, question 14. You'll see that was answered as a potential yes, but all but one were answered as no or small impacts. Subparagraph E there was identified as a potential small impact. The narrative is on page 12.
Wouldn't the other energy issues be with the wells themselves, if they're increased in capacity, energy use for those, or the tanks, the actual energy used for storing the tanks, the water?
That should not change just because they're gonna be replaced in kind. I do see what you're saying about other possible well, expansions. That could be included as another impact. I believe you were looking at this from, yeah.
But I guess I'm looking at it, Leeson, that new pumps are more efficient, and there's two older ones you're shutting down completely. I would actually think there would be a pretty close, yeah, maybe even a small savings.
I just, at this stage, I don't, if we do that, we're locking ourselves into. those no's.
You're saying it
Your
should be
concern-
no?
I just think that the explanation for E, the other impacts,
Yeah,
should, whether or not they vet out in the final design to be a reduction in energy on a more efficient pump is a few years down the road. Here, it is, that a new well house, the pump size, if you're consolidating tanks, that you're making taller for capacity, then you've got more energy to keep that tank full. Those are
Yeah.
just potential impacts that I think should be in the narrative and may not end up being in the project.
I wrote down increased pumping, increased well capacity may change those pumps for upgraded 12A or Cherry Lane, and then also noted that 2 wells decommissioned might drop some. Added that maybe for discussion.
That's
Nope,
perfect,
that's all
Alex, thank you.
valid.
You still find it as a small impact, though?
I do.
Yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
do.
Question 15, impact on noise, odor, and light. You'll note the answer yes. 2 small impacts were identified. The narrative discussion is on page 13 of the supporting information.
I don't know that we regulate temporary construction in our noise ordinance. Is that accurate? That's the only reason this one's checked as
No,
small.
I don't know off the top of my head.
We do.
But to,
Construction is regulated
by hours?
by day and by hours during the day.
Okay.
For commercial.
Doesn't hurt to leave A as small in that case.
Well, it's also light too, though, right? Are we gonna have outside lights on these?
Yes, that was, 15D, or
15 what?
15D is talking about the new, like, cell phone stuff.
Oh, okay, next one, all right.
Well, the way that reads, that's against our ordinances. So we can't result in light shining onto adjacent properties for the light pollution.
The write-up states that it could impact the neighbors, but they're gonna keep them 8 to 10 foot high when aimed downward and be dark sky compliant, not expected to adversely impact nearby properties. So they said it could impact it, but they mitigated it by using good practices.
And no additional fixtures.
At the other locations. Yeah.
Of the existing.
Yeah, this one's specifically a hider.
Gene, do you have concerns about the lighting at Hyder?
I don't, because the column is no or small, and if it's no, then it's, I mean, we can't violate our own ordinances. So I'm just stating that, I mean, actually, just for, for the conversation and the record of the conversation, that the proposed action may result in light shining onto adjacent properties.
Right.
It's marked no or small, but we can't violate our own ordinances, so it's gotta be a no at the end of the project.
That's fine, makes sense. Good.
Okay.
Yep.
Question 16, impact on human health. You'll see a couple of moderate to large impacts were identified, and I recall discussed by Leeson during the earlier discussion. The narrative begins on page 13 and goes slightly on to page 14.
We did discuss, earlier, including the water cell, in G2, item 16C.
Landfill goes in J.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I didn't hear you, Alex, what?
No, landfill goes in J below.
Oh, okay,
And that's on page 14.
14.
Which refers us to 16C, so it needs to be revised to say that. Include the landfill if you don't want it to be under items to move on.
I would say A is small.
Sixteen A.
Yeah. It's piping in all those. All the school areas.
Work is proposed on school property. You're saying 16A, Alex, is small?
I would say that could be small.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Access will be maintained.
Why would it be small? I mean, it's throughout the entire town. You're going through dozens of those.
But the level of impact is water main work. It's not a long-standing item that the school has to deal with after the fact, I guess is how I'm looking at that. From a human health standpoint. It's not like there's a,
So what's the overall yes for the impact on human health from exposure to new or existing sources of contaminations?
oh, the overall question?
Yeah.
Could technically start off with a no.
Well, my point is that we're driving way down into the weeds for a yes on that and saying no on the small, where that is opposite from the platform to go to a yes.
I mean, the project goal is to eliminate access to contaminants.
So it's gonna be less impact now
Right,
than
so
what currently is there.
one side of this, you could actually answer the top just entirely no.
I'm not sure about that, Alex, because the question is about whether there's a potential for exposure to new or existing sources of contaminants. I mean, we affirmatively know there are contaminants in the ground. And as soon as you start digging in the ground and doing things with your water mains, there's a potential exposure to an existing source of
That's
contaminant.
valid.
So answering yes at the top and then going through the rest of it. And probably where one of the things Gene might be thinking is, well, there could be a moderate to large impact for being within 1,500 feet of all those places, because we know we're going everywhere in the town's water system is connected, there are contaminants at places in the town, therefore, if some contaminants get into the system,
It'd be through the whole
it'll get to
system.
all these places.
Yeah, okay.
But the whole point of the project, as Alex is saying, and this is why, while it may be a moderate to large impact, part 3 of the narrative would theoretically identify we're doing work to reduce it, and we're gonna do best practices, I assume, for construction and monitoring and making sure we're not actually introducing any contaminants into the system.
Jane,
What's that?
do you agree with that?
I think A should be moderate to large.
Moderate to large?
Yeah. And it is.
If you had an exposure, yeah, I guess it would be.
Do you think any additional information should be added, Gene, to 16A or otherwise?
Damn it.
Let me open it up, because I don't. What page is that on?
Page 13,
Well, read.
halfway down.
13.
Thanks,
Causing
Kevin.
areas 15 members of school,
You got plenty.
usually makes it, didn't make it.
It does, the narrative doesn't say anything about the areas that are of known contamination. And that's also part of B. 16B.
In 16C, the narrative does identify there's a remediation site near the project in some fashion.
That's the only remediation site?
That was the one that was identified when we did our, site survey.
But where does the contamination from the PFAS come into this? Because I don't see that listed anywhere or, detailed out.
Well, we're not doing any work in that area, and I'm.
Well, yes, you are.
Yeah, the wells are contaminated.
Yeah. If the wells are contaminated, then that's the potential for the migration coming from the landfill. We're digging out in the streets. I mean,
The landfill I agree with, but yes, you're right about the issue. So that could be included as well. I would have to check with our, environmental engineer who did this and see where she was able to pull this.
You're talking about the wells that are down there by the, off of,
like I said, there's 4 wells. We just got a settlement that's got 4 wells for
Right.
PFAS. I mean, so it's not just regulated to the Applewood or the Maplewood
I was
wells.
thinking of Applewood.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 of them. So,
Yep.
I mean, and that's town-wide issue.
Yep.
I don't see that as a small, I mean,
No.
I can see that it being, not needing, I don't know. I mean, because that, actually, the lawsuit's already been settled.
Settled.
The cash is out, but I don't, sitting here right now, I don't know that that's not a really big issue.
So Gene, 16B, you would say mark as moderate to large impacts, potentially?
Yeah.
We don't have any remediation projects now.
Well, someone might say that this project is the remediation project.
Well, and I'd have to have a conversation about the word project, because there's no shovels in the ground on anything, but we established a reserve fund for a project to remediate the PFAS issue. So I do think that there are projects in place right now for that.
Ultimately, Gene, do you think, obviously, FEAF Part 2 update that narrative, additional information
Needed.
well, additional information added to it being, the identification of these other issues, so that way the narrative is complete. Once that information is added, which I think we've talked about, do you think the project will be able to mitigate the potential moderate to large impacts?
I don't know that because I don't know what, I don't know the extent of what the contamination is. And what the resolution will be. If we're talking about the issue with a well that is contaminated with PFAS or any contamination, and we decommission that well and we create another well that doesn't have the contamination, that doesn't get rid of the contamination that's in the ground, it gets rid of the source distribution in the water system. So where does that end? This project is a water distribution project, so does the cleanup of the soil issue and the groundwater issue fall outside of this scope or not?
I'm assuming Leeson is thinking that the remediation of PFAS in the ground itself is not part of the scope. This is system improvements, to the mains, the pumps, the wells themselves, but in avoiding, I guess, the
To mitigate.
contamination in
The
the
risk.
ground. Right.
I understand that, and that makes sense to me, but so it just, for clarity of what the project is and what the project isn't, to define that scope here is important so that we're not locking ourselves in or out of something for the contamination of the stuff that we know that we're gonna have to deal with. But I think that the environmental, the 16B, I see the potential for that to be moderate to large impact. Because I don't know what the costs are for that.
And Gene, you're saying that's what you have in your budget to possibly start remediating that site, and you feel like if that in the future, does do that?
No, it's not a budget issue, it's a known contaminated, it's a known contamination, but we don't know the extent of the contamination, or from the conversations that we've had as a board, we're looking at remediating the wells, not the groundwater, and not necessarily the source.
So since this is a proposed action currently undergoing remediation, not currently to this day, but you're saying that in the future it undergoes remediation while this project is ongoing, then that should be the moderate to large. We said no impact because there is currently not any remediation going on.
I would still run this one, no. It's not currently undergoing remediation.
So then, I think maybe Gene's concern might be more under sub-question H. Proposed action may result in the unearthing of solid or hazardous waste. Like reviewing the impact on human health analysis in the DEC workbook, some of the questions that you would ask yourself when trying to analyze this, not these questions in the yes or no, but just generically, you know, is there a risk of a contaminant being released to the ground, air, or water? Does the site, excuse me, is there to be any unearthing of solid or hazardous materials? If there are hazardous substances on or near the site, is there a risk of that contaminant traveling off-site via the water, air, or in soils? And so I think Gene is identifying, well, we are aware of PFAS. We're digging in this area. What are we doing with that dirt? Where's the potential for the PFAS to spread as a result of that? You know, and maybe a mitigation effort would be testing the soil for presence of PFAS in the areas to be dug. And I have no idea, you know, if there's PFAS in the soils when you are digging, what are the
Remediation?
yeah, or not even remediation of the soil, but what are the precautionary measures you can take? Because you know, you got water mains over there anyway.
yeah.
You're not gonna lose the water main. So
No,
how
you're
do you properly replace a line when you know that there's hazardous substances around there?
So there's, I agree, Nate, that H is a more appropriate line than B for my concern. And I'll look, you know, I look at the proposed action. I don't have any issue with, just because we know we gotta do remediation, the project is not currently going on, that's not the issue. But if PFAS is in the groundwater, and it's in the soil that you're digging up, and if it's contaminated, I liken this to the exact same thing that's happening down at Valvoline. You're taking the soil out, it's contaminated soil, you've gotta do
Where's it
something with
going?
it, you can't put it back in the ground, and how much of that are we gonna hit? That's potentially a big area
Yep.
and a big cost.
Are we aware of any requirements for the disposal of PFAS when it comes to soils?
There's no,
I am not aware of any of the solid or hazardous waste issues. I would imagine, given that there's so many requirements for contaminated soil, that there would be additional requirements for that.
It's possible it's relatively new and they might not have adopted regulations yet.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, it's
That
not
could
an
be a
issue.
major
It
problem.
is federal, it is all over the place, so
Right.
I would absolutely start with the EPA for regulations on disposal of contaminated soil, and how you have to do with it, but New York State, I cannot believe doesn't have their finger in it either.
So for H, are we going moderate, and then it's mitigated by way of, the contractor just has to follow the state standards, just like any trench project?
No, I think that we've gotta do more than that. We need to know up front. You know, we know where the wells are that are contaminated, so if we do selective sampling to find out if it's in the ground, if it's in the soil before that, I don't wanna run into a $5 million change order because we didn't do something up front.
Right.
That's a financial comment, not a environmental comment.
No, it isn't.
We're looking for
I
seeker.
mean, that's the result of it.
I guess, so, to clarify here, if we find one item in here that's moderate and isn't mitigated, we're into a whole different ballgame here, and seeker moves ahead with a draft EIS and scoping.
No, if that's the consequence, that's the consequence.
Just so we're aware.
That's what's environmentally appropriate.
Yep, that's fine, I'm just pointing that out, because normally we don't get to this type of discussion.
So you're saying if we get a whole lot of moderate to large checks,
One, if you have
Yeah.
one resulting at
One.
the end
Yep.
that is unresolved or unmitigated, you move into a scoping session for draft EIS. Has to either be mitigated or you move to that step.
And Dave, that doesn't mean it's all just opened back up again. The scoping session is to identify a particular area of concern and, you scope it. What are we actually concerned about when it comes to the environmental impacts? So if that was the only moderate to large thing that was unmitigated, that might be the only item that ends up getting explored. And you could do more, of course.
okay.
What are the mitigation options? I mean, I'm not suggesting that it's unmitigated.
That's where I was trying to explain that, just like Valvoline, there is a mechanism there. Once you find something, you report it.
Proceed.
And there are entities that police it, the state or the EPA, and then our own inspectors will help with the process of how to mitigate it through whatever the state requires, just like Valvoline.
Yeah,
As far as
I
finding
just
the
don't think that we can afford to be reactive to that. I
Right,
mean,
because
no
that could
matter
be,
what, it has to be done in accordance with the regulations. I just wanna know
that could be
upfront
extensive.
where it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to test for
So-
PFAS in a project
So,
overall.
Gene, I think then to,
It's part of the
moving.
design.
Yeah, it's part of the design, right? And it's an item that you're flagging as like, oh, we want to know what are those potential cost impacts if this, and what's the potential extent of it? And that's where the testing of the soils and the areas to be dug to get a handle on, is there PFAS in these soils or not, will come about through the design phase. If you're comfortable from an environmental mitigation standpoint, that following the regulations is appropriate mitigation, thus reducing it to no or small, then that gets us through the environmental review. You have a very valid concern, of course, on the design project cost side, but from an environmental standpoint, if we're comfortable that mitigates it, then that mitigates it.
Well, how do we do that if we don't know the depth of PFAS?
No, that's not the point. There could
Okay.
be, let's say there's every single cubic yard of dirt has a PFAS in it, and the only way to mitigate it is remove it all.
Remove it and put it somewhere.
If that appropriately mitigates it, then that's fine. That's what your project's gonna do. If you then come to a design standpoint, you go, oh my gosh, this is way too expensive, you take that out of the scope. You're not gonna be digging there anymore. It's too expensive. You're not gonna do something like, well, we're still gonna dig it up anyway, but not follow the rules.
No.
You can't do that. No.
Okay.
So if we have these contaminants in a certain area, that they might be there, are we testing it right along any kind of construction in that area?
That's gonna probably be part
In
of
the
the design
design.
and recommendation
Prior.
as to, what the monitoring services are required for this.
And it's, I'm not making a comment on the full scope of this, but it is a quantified area. We have 4 wells that have tested, so we know what the distribution of those wells are to the residents or the business areas, to that district, so we know where to test. and mitigating it to with the, to the regulatory requirements is reasonable. But building the project may not be, if the cost of it is too high. Okay, but I still don't know why that it wouldn't be a moderate to large and mitigate it.
So Alex, you got that 16H? and
I got
then-
H is in moderate large, but we mitigate it through proper design and construction and inspection processes per state standard. The question I left hanging though was, if A's moderate or large got dropped down by a mitigation.
Well,
Okay.
I think it's still identified as moderate to large, just in the narrative you explained. Similarly to some of these other answers, following rules, regulations, permitting requirements, et cetera.
Okay.
Any other potential impacts on human health the board would like to discuss?
I have none.
None?
Okay. 17, consistency with community plans. You'll see that was answered as a no.
I agree.
Yep.
Okay. And then, question 18, consistency with community character was identified as a yes, and there was a single significant or small impact under 18D identified.
Just to explain, that's the Hyder Park sticking a well house on it.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
And then I will point out to you on page 14 of the FEAF supporting information, there's a discussion about impact on disadvantaged communities that was prepared and presented as well. Recognizing the draft, or excuse me, the DEC's process of amending seeker regulations to implement environmental justice citing laws.
No new permanent. Okay,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So, with the board having done its due diligence, Gene, thank you for holding everybody accountable. I think that was a very good discussion, actually, which is not often I get that full treat, so I appreciate it.
That's
So,
good.
Alex, you're comfortable that you've got down all the changes to the draft FEAF Part 2?
Correct, yes. I'll go through and I can edit this. I'm not editing Leeson's Part 3 supporting though, correct?
I guess I would ask that you maybe coordinate with Leeson on updates to that,
Okay.
just so that we've got a final, complete, package of documents for that. And then I guess I'll turn to the board and ask, do you, Leeson, the deadline for the grant application's the end of the month, right?
September 12th, so we,
So if the board would like to wait on action for the seeker resolution, the bond resolution, and the public interest order until August 20th or potentially September 3rd, when we have the complete updated FEAF Part 2 and Part 3 supporting information, we've got time to do that.
I prefer to do that.
Is everyone else okay with that?
Yep,
Yes.
good.
Okay.
I just have one question. The fact that we have the public hearing for the tier 2 lease tonight, is that in effect? That's
No.
fine.
Yep.
That still will apply if we do that.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so that gets us through 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4.
Yep.
We're on resolution 9.5, approving DCO IMA with the town of Maine.
So move.
Nope. Yeah, yes, yeah.
Second?
Discussion.
None.
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 Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Abstain.
Mr. Lumsden?
Aye.
9.6, resolution approving the TrueView quote and appropriating funds for the same.
So move.
I'll second it. Discussion?
None.
None.
I didn't hear you, Gene.
None.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Abstain.
Mr. Lumsden?
Aye.
9.7, resolution authorizing building study contract with Bureau Veritas.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
None.
None.
Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Abstain.
Mr. Lumsden?
Aye.
And finally, resolution 9.8, this was identified by, I don't remember if it was Jody or someone, but that the authorization for Diane and Renee to work up to 35 hours per week expired as of July 30th. So this would extend that additional authorization for hours. I'm not sure that this was something that I believe this was not something you folks discussed at the last meeting, but in order to have no lapse in services at the Code Enforcement Office, I was asked to put this resolution together. So it got onto this agenda.
So move.
Second, discussion.
None.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Abstain.
Mr. Lumsden?
Aye.
Brings us to the end.
Okay, future board topics.
August 20th, this is the seeker resolution, bond, and public order for the Water District Improvement Plan.
Okay. And I would like to ask the board to put Lori, our bookkeeper, on the agenda for her to give us her information on budget adjustment lines that are running short. So it's not what I brought tonight. We gotta discuss some things. Now, if we get her on the agenda, I'll get her here to explain it.
So Mike,
Can you prepare those in advance and
Yep.
say what the issue is
Yep.
and where you're pulling them from?
when I talked with Lori, the conversation I'd had with her about identifying places where they're coming short, I recommended that she talk to the department heads about what they want to do.
Okay.
So I'll talk to her tomorrow about making sure she's coordinated with the department heads.
Okay. The lines are running short, and she's got bills to pay, so that's why I wanted to get her on the agenda.
No,
Agreed, yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. What else has to be on there? What else I got?
Department head discussion continuation?
Yep. David, Kevin?
Jay
Anything
and
in-
Kevin, is there anything that you guys are gonna prepare or not? I'm just curious.
For the department head discussion?
Yeah. That's fine, I'm just asking. That's all. Okay.
Comp plan? Agreed for the comp plan, gentlemen? What discussion?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, yes.
Got that, Mr. Clerk?
if you think we'll be ready for it, I mean,
Darren, you got anything?
I haven't had a chance to look at your attachment. I figured I'd do that tomorrow.
Do you need to be on?
Oh, ask him. Yeah, ask him.
Do you want it? Are you asking?
Yeah, why is that a board issue?
Pardon?
Why is that a board issue?
I don't know. That's what excuse me, that may not be a board issue. When you get your stuff, then let us know, all right? Correct, or what do you guys wanna do?
From what I know of the situation, it's not a town board issue
Okay.
discussion.
Okay,
Under my report, I'm gonna have Camden Group, wastewater operations.
yes,
You have that?
yes. Can we get that on next meeting, gentlemen?
Yes.
How much time is it gonna take?
How much time do you think? How many? 15, 20 minutes? Yep, depends on the questions.
Probably budgeting 30 to 45 minutes, I would say, for that discussion, given the likely follow-up questions you'll have.
There gonna be information on the agenda for us to review ahead of time?
I provided all mine to Nate, I'm gonna get Nate's review on it, and once Nate, then I will send it along ahead of time and for the agenda.
I think if you approach it from the standpoint of, this is Greg presenting it to you with his explanation, and then you guys don't necessarily ask a bunch of questions, you're just hearing from him what he's doing, or what he's proposing, and then come back at a later meeting with more questions that you might have, that'll help constrain the time that it takes, at least at the next meeting.
Are we gonna have the, highway grievance?
Yep.
Oh, highway grievance.
Yep.
Yes. That it, gentlemen?
What board discussion would that take from us, though?
It would be a possible favor of the county.
We'll just have to wait till we get it from them.
All right, anything else, gentlemen? I'm gonna,
What
this
about the-
time, pardon? Okay. Open
Security
for-
policy?
The what?
The key fob security policy?
We have
Yes.
to draft it.
We'll draft it
so
up.
I think keep it as a TBD.
Okay.
'Cause we might not make that by next meeting. I wanna get Darren's input too.
Okay.
Okay. This time the public can speak. Anyone like to speak? Hearing none, make a motion to adjourn this meeting. What? I make a motion to adjourn this meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
You're abstaining? Oh, 'cause we're over?
Gene wasn't here.
Gene wasn't here? Well, he's the one that extended it. Here, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. It's so hard getting mine out of the desk up there. They wired it right through the desk. Yes. Yes, I did. I did. They got it out, so yep.
I think it's as good as it would have been either way.
Yep.
Because I've done them before. I mean,
Yeah,
but
I appreciate you doing that. Shut down anyway, shut down anyway.
Meeting minutes.
They're in the meeting minutes, they're not, it's not like a policy folder.
No, we did a resolution. We did a resolution that restricted town board meetings.
it took an hour to look through the whole thing.
5 days.
Oh, I had to, so the issue, I had to make a decision after 8 o'clock. That's a change. I know what I would do before I do if I can pull it off.
There's no decision police unless it gets challenged. Yeah.
Maybe we'll bring that up at next future topic, not to have an end to the meeting.
You don't have my vote on that. You don't have my vote on that.
Not the what?
You start at 5, and that's all you say.
No, you do the resolutions first.
Meeting ended, I gotta end my discussion.
We can have a suggestive 8 o'clock, but not to state it. Because he's right. If you say your meeting is 8 to 5, and you're making decisions after 8 o'clock,